Hello, everyone. This is the annual late night episode live stream that we do, and I have some interesting things to talk about and discuss with you all tonight. A lot of this is news related stuff and certain things that have been going on with the different trials and streams that I've been doing, and some updates. And you could be watching this from anywhere around the world or the country. And also, basically, I will be glad to do this, and let us begin. I'm going to be switching the windows now, and also I'm going to make it so you all can see me a little bit better. I'm going to go here and over here, and here we go. So this is me. Also, I would like to say that basically earlier there were some issues with the, today internet was acting a little bit goofy today. There's some storms and stuff, so that's why. Nothing about anything with the stream, but that was just something that was going on today. And also we have the Ashley, the ballerina retrial that's going on, and there's a lot of drama with that, and also with a data breach that occurred, some other things with the astronauts and stuff, and we'll talk about the different aliens and stuff like that as well. Yes. Alright, so without further ado, I'm going to start the game, and we'll see how this all goes. Okay, and I hope all of you are having a nice day, a nice week, and I hope that everything is going well with all of you. Some of you may be seeing it as a rerun, some of you may be here. But yes, that's... Alright, now here we go. The game's launching. Alrighty. My week has been going always famous for the teasers, and I'll play the game and talk about more about these things. And the game is loading right now, and here it is. The game is here. Here we go. And now we'll be talking about the different topics. Alright. So basically, I'll start off what I've been doing, and then with the cats. So earlier I was watching the cats do their mania. They do their wrestling with each other, and they like to, they're playing. So I get Normal out of the cage and bring him over where ET out of his cage in this other area. It's an enclosure. It's like this place built for the sanctuary built for the cats. And then Tweetzel comes in, but he doesn't like wrestling around. He likes staying in his other cage and like watching it. And yesterday, there was some stuff going on, and there was suspicions with the weather. Nothing happened until earlier today, but there's some suspicions with that and some other stuff going on. So yeah, so basically there is a data breach. I'll talk about some of the new stuff. Hello Mary, there is a data breach that happened, and the social security numbers were apparently leaked. And also what happened was, and we're going to go into the articles, read more about it. I saw a headline for it earlier, and the astronauts that are stuck in space, as I made a video about, what happens with them, they can't get them back on the Starliner, so they have to send another group up there to go and get them. So I think that is unfortunate. But hopefully, thoughts and prayers to them, and they can come back safely. There we go. Alright. Okay. I I had to switch some things around. Here we go. And I think I missed the ship. I did. Hello, Mary. Good to see you. Welcome. Love tweets, wild weather, hot, windy rain, proof. It's gone. I know it's like some Merlin doing some pranks on us or something. That's what it seems like. So basically, what happened was that the astronauts, they weren't able to come back on the Starliner, but they'll bring another group up there to go and get them. And it's kind of spooky that they're stuck in space. And Stranded was telling me there are some other incidences of this happening. There's one group of astronauts that are stuck up there for over a year or about a year. I have the exact quote to tell you all. I have it screenshotted. And that I'm glad that they have high spirits up there while they're in that situation. Oh yes, Mary, I understand you could have those issues. I understand how your phone is. And then I'll get into, whoa, I got the philosophical clam. And I got Sam and the philosophical clam helping me in the game. Shout out to them. A box of bubbles, absolutely. And so yeah, that's what's going on with those two up there in the space. So basically, another thing that happened was something interesting with the trials. So basically, these people. So with Ashley, she was the ballerina trial. There's a couple of reasons why they're filing a mistrial, her attorney. And it is a job of an attorney to do that. And a lot people think that it's shady, which they can do shady things. That is true. But also that it's part of their jobs is to do that. And there's certain situations where somebody could be innocent and they could have a trial and have someone represent them. So it's like a double-edged sword. And justice comes from God and karma and whatever you believe, chat. So if someone is really guilty, they'll be guilty. And also, like, there is some issues with the jurors. So there was a juror that was doing. There's two pirates on my ship right now, Mary. So in the game, in the trial, what happened was this one juror had a situation where they were abused one time, and they lied about it. So it makes it. They're supposed to say if they had any abuse or anything to do with a certain case, because they could have a bias. They are drinking rum, Mary, especially over at Tortuga. Jack Sparrow is over there drinking it right now. And also, what happened was, so this a juror was supposed to talk about what they were doing, and they did. They weren't supposed to they're supposed to say, oh, they were abused, or they filed motions against an abused person, but they failed to do that. So there could be a bias. So that's a situation that occurred. And another situation, it's very, very interesting. A lot of meat, a lot of drama. Is that there is this situation where allegedly one of the jurors had a flip phone snuck in, and somebody was communicating with the Law and Crime chat that I'm on in that chat room. And then they were like giving updates and stuff like that. and people thought it was like a troll account or something, and it very well could be. And now it's been found out, and they're also filing a mistrial because of that situation. And some of the friends or whatever was seen in a snapshot, but none of us, including myself, did anything wrong. None of us have anything to do with this. It's just they were focusing on that specific person that was giving information. And there was one of the chat friends that was really upset about this, and we were explaining to the individual that it's okay, there's not a problem, and feels that it's a violation of privacy and stuff like that. And yeah, so it was unfortunate that that occurred for the person that was upset about it. I think it's wild. I mean, 2024 is a wild year. You have Steele held in contempt. You had a former president nearly deleted. You have an election coming up. This is a really crazy year. You got silver and gold, and the stocks going down, then everything going back up. It's just this year is like 2016 on steroids. But yeah, and so myself or other people that were in the snapshot, which I don't know if I'm in the snapshot or not. I don't really care. As a joke, it's more advertisement for my channel. But basically, I think it's really insane what happened. And there's conspiracy theories, and we talk about that here. Are they going to try to use this to justify not having someone's talking to me in the game, that's why I paused. Are they trying to stop trials from being aired so they don't want people to see what's going on? Because a lot of the defense attorneys and different people they have a history of being triggered by us in the chat because it power to the people. They don't like that. Roid rage. Yes. Someone in the jury had a flip phone, or the audience. Right, yeah, somebody had a flip phone, and they're saying that it was, the trial it has to be a mistrial. One of the jurors allegedly had a flip phone, and they're communicating with somebody that was in the chat.
Okay, I didn't know if they were in the audience or in the
Right.
jury or on the jury.
So there's information from the jury coming in, and they were caught. So these people were caught somehow, and that's whether the snapshots will be shown in the mistrial thing. And it said one of the friends was very upset about this, and they didn't want to do it anymore, and be in the chat anymore, and that's okay. It's just some wild stuff, and as they say, that a Matrix attack. You could say it's a Matrix attack, and they have a history of not liking the trial. Like Shannon, from the mother of the school shooter, she was roasting us, or she tried to, but it didn't work. She was saying, "Oh, all the people at home on their computers saying this stuff about me, that I this and that, and I don't know this or that," and that's basically they have hello, Rulia. Good to see you. Shalom. And also, so basically, they have a history of not liking the trials. They don't like the people seeing it aired because they don't want people calling them out for what they're doing. And also, Rulia, basically, I'm talking about these situations where, just giving an overview of what I'll be talking about, and about the data breach that occurred, where there was a situation where they had some of the social security numbers breached. Also about the astronauts, and the interesting thing with the Ashley trial, which is also called the ballerina trial, how she was supposed to be, she was found guilty, but there was two situations. So one of the jurors was in a abuse situation before, and they were supposed to disclose it, and they didn't, and that caused a lot of problems because they lied about it and they weren't supposed to lie about it. And another thing happened where basically in the chat you had allegedly somebody in the trial, and one of the jurors had a flip phone snuck in, and they were talking in a chat room, and they were talking, and somebody else, a relative like a brother, was in a chat room, and then they were telling us about the, I don't know, basically like was telling the chat in general that I don't recall exactly when this was, but they're telling the chat that there was this about information about the verdict and things like that. And there is these snapshots, and it's the chat room that I'm in when I watch the trials. And then one of the friends, Rulia, was very upset about this because it's going to be shown, not no one did anything wrong or illegal, none of us, myself or any of the chat friends, but there is the person in question that was giving the information is in trouble. And since one of the individuals' names, it wasn't even, it's like an abbreviated name, it's like 3 letters. Person was upset that the account was like seen in the screenshot of, like, say our chat room, like a screenshot like that. Very upset about that, and then calling the person down and telling them that they're not in trouble in the situation because there's one of the friends, Caraville, he is an attorney and he gets a lot of information and stuff, and he was the one that let us know what was going on. And then one of our friends came in that was in the screenshot, in this screenshot. I don't know if I'm in the screenshot or not, but basically it doesn't matter. Basically what happened was she, these people were in the chat, right? So then what happens next? One of the friends tells us that there's this motion and the screenshots will be shown. Didn't do anything wrong. And that is the situation. And it's kind of crazy. It's like this thing that I was seeing was going to be in this mistrial and was going to be seen as screenshots in the mistrial. Yes, Mary. Because they're not supposed to, the jurors are not supposed to give outside information to people.
Right.
And it was very unfortunate, but very cool chat friends. And like I'm gonna still be doing it. And
It's the jurors that's in trouble, not anybody else.
yeah. And basically, and I really, as I said, I don't do nothing. And I know of Matrix attacks as like a joke. And maybe they don't want people seeing trials anymore being broadcasted, and they're trying to come up with something to get them taken down. You never know. And you could say defense attorneys will do all kinds of things to try to get their client out of a situation, but I mean, it could be good in a situation if somebody is innocent, that they could get off the hook. Exactly, Rulia. Yeah. And also, that there's a lot of commotion in that trial when the verdict was being read, and there's so many trolls in chat. Like I can't take them seriously, and I don't always like recall like every single detail that happens in these trials and stuff. But what I do know,
It's like a movie in a movie.
yeah, it's like a movie in a movie. Yeah, just I'm in this game, and these 2 ships are about to try to delete me right now, and I have to be really careful. And yeah, here we go. Okay. And there's an island that's gonna be annoying. Let's try to go a little bit out into the sea. We're gonna go fast because I have to do this maneuver. Yeah. And it was some of my companions, but it was so crazy. A chat that I was in and I was seeing that was going on. And then we were in this other chat room. That they invited me to, and that because this is what happened. And also more context about the situation with the companion. no one was telling the friend anything, and since I'm the captain of the spaceship, it was my place to do that. It seems. So I set it in the motion for the person to know what was going on, and I say there's some drama with some of the trial chat that you'll find very interesting. And it was towards the end of the show. It was towards the end of the show, and one of the other shows, and it said the Caravel, he's like this spaceship intelligence. He's like the spaceship FBI. He gets all kinds of crazy information that like no one else finds, and he's also an attorney. He has clients and stuff. There's a lot of attorneys there, and you said I have a network of a lot of people. It really my network is very vast, and also he was telling us, and at first I'm like, oh, okay, we're in some sort of example of something. Then I'm like, wait a minute, what's he talking about? Then he was like, in this mistrial, our chats, the chat screenshots are going to be involved in this mistrial. I'm like, whoa, yeah, it's a wild scene for sure, Rulia, absolutely. And then what happened was, since I didn't have enough time to explain, I had to get myself ready. Around 7 o'clock, I go and see the cats over there, and I come home about 8. Sometimes I'm getting home a little bit earlier, so say I get home at 8:20, 8:30, something like that, and then I go through these certain things I have to do before I go there. So I couldn't tell her a lot, and the chat rooms get shut down at a certain point, as you all know, and basically you have a problem where I just had to give her a brief explanation. And then what happens next is somebody else did. Well, no, what happened was I gave the motions to be like, oh, something's going on. And then Caravel explained in layman's terms about what the situation was. There just wasn't enough time for me to type everything out. And thankfully, his thing was shown right before it ended, because my thing didn't go through because of the time. And that basically that the person's name will be seen in the screenshots of the trial, of the mistrial. And then we were in this other chat room, and I was a new guest there, and I was a new guest at this other one. There's this other chat, and then one of my other Kathy was explaining to the friend about it, and the person started to panic, and I knew that would happen. And this person was experienced some traumatic event a long time ago, and when you go through traumatic events, sometimes these things, and you're a counselor, Rulia, you understand, these traumatic events will trigger things, and the person started freaking out, and it is a freaky situation. It's like the chat room, everybody's supposed to be chilling, but it's going to be shown in a trial. It's crazy. And also, I really think that, come on game, if feeling sorry for the friend, and I was praying for the friend, I was saying, and everything will make sense in the future and all, because the person was freaking out. And then Kathy and we were explaining it, and Kathy very calm, very cool. Like when she heard about the information, she started laughing, and she said, "Hopefully we didn't say anything too embarrassing." But it's like, I don't care. Like I say what I say, and like basically it's like how like the Matrix is attacking, and I'm thinking, oh, I'm on all these different podcasts and things. It's like they must have had enough of me. It's in my posse. It's kind of a joke, but basically like they why they don't like the trial chats, as I was saying, they don't like it because they don't want being called out on their nonsense, because that's all that they spew, and they don't want being exposed, and they think that the chat has power over certain events and things. Like they're coming up with conspiracy theories about us, but it's like we're not doing anything illegal or wrong, but people are going to see when nonsense is going to be spewed. And that's why, as I said, there's going to be a retrial, a mistrial about that. And I don't know, maybe alien spaceship is in it, and I could see my screenshot on the screen, and my channel will get more advertising. It's crazy. It's wild. Some other groups are reporting about it. It's like, wow, this is some. Is this trials like on national television? It's just, it's wild, really. It really is. The stories that I have. The stories that I have are crazy. Like people have stories about the time they got drunk or something, but I got all kinds of crazy things to talk about. And I'm gonna get to y'all's chats in a moment. I'm in the middle of trying to get myself out of the situation, and then we'll be all good. And I think I'll go dock at Tortuga over there after I get this done. Okay. All right. So yeah, and the friend in question will not be in the trial chats like before, and I always made the person laugh. Always thought I was cool people, and because it's just there's people everywhere all over YouTube. I go on different live streams, and they just think I'm, you know, really crazy, but I'm really really great. Like not crazy, but in a good way. But they think that I'm really, funny and great and amazing and all. And it's true. And as I said, I enjoy my time. It was a fun situation, and hopefully the person is okay and realizes nothing was that bad. All right, now we're gonna go catapult. All right, chat, we're gonna go look what you have to say. Rulia Totally, that's charges. Yeah, that's wild scene, man. Rulia Morgan, definitely. I don't know what's we're thinking. I wonder if a juror was set up. Could be. That could be. It could be a troll. It could have been a troll account that was making it up. It has to be investigated. And I'm surprised they thought they could get away with it. Yes, Mary, this is causing a mistrial. Along with some other factors, it's causing a mistrial. Alien's playing with his boats right now. Yep. Alright. The boat is landing. Ahoy. Ahoy. Look at the Alec Baldwin trial, exactly. Everything is unpredictable. Oh, Mary, I'll explain what the person that was scared. So, all right, all right. So I'm getting emotional with the pirates over in the game because I was telling them I'm thankful for the pirates in the game, and they're saying I'm making them blush. All right. Anyway, so all right, chat. So the person, as I said, the person's like chat and like say like Rulia, or that would be shown on a screen. So the person is not going to be like watching the trials anymore. Rulia, he was found not. He was. The trial has been dropped with Alec Baldwin. The Alec Baldwin one, it's been dropped. because the state was withholding evidence from the defense, and they and the judge let him off the hook. Hello, Cynthia. Good to see you. Yeah, very unpredictable. Very unpredictable. So we'll see how this trial how it goes. Exactly, Julia. We'll see how this goes with this mistrial situation. And I said none of us are in trouble, but it's crazy, that in the chat, that was seen. That was there. Yes. So with the Ashley trial having a mistrial because of the situation, as I said, I don't, recall anything. I was just focusing on seeing what the verdict was. That's what I was focused on. So, but basically, I'll be interested to see what the different snapshots they're going to be showing. As said, it's like the stories I got are very interesting, and shout out to my friend, who was a very good chatter. But they can be scary stuff, but they don't like the shady people. Don't like people knowing what they're doing, and that's why they always get triggered at the trial chat. It's like because the juror whatever got caught, and it may not even be real. It could have just been a troll account making up stuff. But like it was someone was snuck a phone, and they were texting, and the information was going to the chat room, and no one in the chat room's in trouble but the person that was getting information. But yeah, it's some. And also, really, Cynthia, everybody else, I hope y'all are having a good day, good week, and hope that everything's going great with your weekend. Okay, Cynthia. Cynthia says was Baldwin to make the hit. He was not aware of the setup. Okay, Cynthia, thank you for your insight. Yeah, thank you for the information about that. And I don't think he was like thinking intentionally to do that. And I think also he could have learned some gun safety, which is also code word for that is pew pew, to not like point at people and stuff. But yeah, I understand what you're saying about that. Like he wasn't like angry or something and doing intentionally. All right. That's funny, Rulia. I'm glad you're back. You don't want to go into the depths of space.
I'm gonna stay here and listen.
Okay. Yes, I agree, Cynthia. Yes. And Cynthia says he did not know they were bullets in the gun. Yeah, it's a mystery. You know, no one knows who put them in there. And Rulia says that's happened in Hollywood a few times. It's supposed to be blank. Nobody expected that to happen like that. And also, I'm back. Okay, Rulia says, "What? I don't understand. Why would real ammo be put in a prop weapon anyway?" Yeah, it's like somebody was maybe trying to, there's some theories that somebody w- was trying to do some like practice a little bit with like target practice. I've heard. Also, maybe someone's trying to sabotage the set. It could be a couple of things.
Good point.
All right. So yeah, okay. It might be yeah. Earlier there was some bad weather and different things going on, and basically but hopefully it works and it starts working again. Yeah, it could be my end, really. Yeah, it might be my end. No, they're not supposed to do that, Rulia, but somebody was breaking the rules and brought them on the set. That's one of the explanations. All right, part of more of this stuff that I'm talking about. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Okay, so something happened, but I'm back now. Okay, so Go to other displays and go here. Yeah, something on my end was going on. Okay, and okay, one moment. I have to pull the chat back up, see what y'all are talking about. Okay, you're still there, Rulia. Okay. Okay. Alright. Seeing if I'm still there. Okay, I'm here. I'm here. Okay, good. I didn't know if I was still here. Alright, so this is the data breach that's going on. Well, it's going to go and we're going to read about it. Alright. Hackers may have stolen your social security number at a massive breach. Here's what to know. A new lawsuit claiming hackers have gained access to personal information of billions of individuals, including their social security numbers, current and past. Allegations arose in a lawsuit earlier this month by Christopher Hoffman, a California resident, claims his identity, personal information, national publication. Yes, Cynthia, I agree. Have reported by the Bloomberg Law. The breach alleges occurred on the hacker group called USDOD infiltrating the information billions of individuals from the company called National Public Data, a background check company. According to the lawsuit earlier this month, a hacker leaked a version of the stolen NPD data for free on a hacking forum tech site. Bleeping Computer reported. Cynthia says they broke into the state of Louisiana, not that that was likely a challenge. I agree. I agree. The hacker claimed the stolen files, including 2.7 billion records, with each listing a person's full name, address, date of birth, social security number, and phone number. Bleeping Computer said. While it's unclear how many people that includes, it's likely that everyone with a social security number was impacted, said Cliff Steinhauer, director of Information Security Engagement at the National Cybersecurity Alliance, nonprofit that promotes online safety. It's a reminder to the importance of protecting yourself, because clearly companies and governments are not doing that for us, Steinhauser told CBS Money Watch. Yeah, it's very cringe about this situation. It's very unfortunate. And hopefully the situation gets resolved and nothing horrid happens from this. And a lot of the information's out there already, like what Cynthia is saying. A lot of it's out there already. And basically it's a matter of, time, that they're going to do something. And I think that this is an outrage, absolutely. In a statement posted to its website, NPD said The breach involved a third party bad actor that was trying to hack into data in late December 2023 with potential leaks of certain data in April 2024 and summer 2024. The company added that it's working with law enforcement and government investigators. NPD said it will try to notify you if there is a further significant developments acceptable for you. Here's what to know about the alleged hack. And yeah, Cynthia, that's she said it's one of the worst ransomware hacks. Wow, that's this year. Like I was saying before, like with the chat and stuff, that this year just gets crazier and crazier. Cynthia and Rulia, what is National Public Data? National Public Data is a data company based in Coral Springs, Florida, that provides background checks for employers. There's a lot of bad weather going on and stuff. So hopefully this can be, get through some of this. But I'm glad for y'all's patience in this situation. And all right, here we go. So we'll try this again with, because sometimes. All right, so I'm here. I don't know if anybody could see me, but I'm here. That's nice that he surprised you the mall trip. That's really cool. And also, basically, what happened was, yeah, I've been doing. That's good, Sarah, that he did that. All right, I'm here. I'm here. I'm back. All right, so basically, what happened was, hello, Kathy. Good to see you. Hello, everybody. Thanks for the feedback about the stream. I was just making sure I could see that something's going on here. All right, so I'll be getting into the different stuff. Okay. I'm doing okay, Sarah. Thank you. I'm doing fine. And hello, Kathy. I'm glad that you're here. And also, yeah, Kathy's the one I was talking about with the when we're talking about the trial, the Ashley trial. Yeah, that's the Kathy I was referring to. Okay, let's see how this goes. All right, putting this chat back up. All right, so basically what happened was there's this data breach from this company, and it was causing problems. All right, so basically, in the ransomware is causing a lot of problems, and because people's information, their information's being stolen. There's a lot of people that are upset about this hacking, and people are not, happy about this data breach. And basically, like I was saying earlier, Kathy, how I was talking about the trial and how. security numbers have been leaked in a data breach. National Public Health admits the social security numbers were leaked. So that's what happened, Sarah. And people's addresses and people's information have been leaked out, and it's caused a lot of problems because people could have their stuff. When you have that identity theft stuff, it may not be good. So that's just you all know that was going on. And also, yeah, Kathy, we were talking also about the situation where somebody from one of the jurors was leaking information to somebody that was in the chat. And I've read some comments around YouTube that some people think that account was a troll account, and it may not even be legitimate. They have to investigate it, maybe. One of our friends was upset. Okay, so basically, as I was saying, how one of our friends at the trial was upset about the screenshots that are going to be shown in the mistrial hearing, and then Kathy and I were explaining to the person why, it was all okay, nobody was in trouble, and also, I think that it's just pretty crazy. Now, there's some conspiracy theories that maybe some don't want the trials to be shown on the YouTubes and stuff because they don't want people knowing what's going on, like they want to hide information. And a lot of attorneys and stuff have been triggered by the chat because of our power and influence. Not that we're influencing any of the jurors or anything, but they just make up conspiracy theories about us. So yeah, that was interesting, and Kathy did very well, and myself too, and explained to the friend the situation. But it was unfortunate that the person was upset. And today we were watching some crazy trials with some creepy men doing some creepy things, and then that lady that deleted the young person was found guilty today. And also the other thing that was going on with the YSL trial, Jeffrey Williams, that's the one I've been keeping up with a lot. And I have, the judge has been doing very well, and Woody has been wild. He doesn't remember anything. He has his hoodie on, his hacker hoodie on, and he's probably the one that was hacking everybody in the first place. He was the one that was probably behind all that to begin with, because he had his hacker hoodie on. He was like kind of falling asleep, and he was ratting on Rich Homie Quan. He was ratting on Lil Wayne, Young Thug, and Birdman. She was talking about everybody because he wants to be out of prison. Right, and Cynthia's talking about the Alec Baldwin, which is fine. And Cynthia's saying the Alec Baldwin has always been a bit full of himself, and his wife tried to pretend she was from another country. Very bizarre. 7 of his 8 kids are with her. Okay. Cynthia says basically they were breached, and really I think she's the only one, but that's not true. And Sarah says that explains the uptick in scams tool today. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. And Sarah says, gotcha. Yeah, everybody's cool. And Sarah says, one more cog in the eventual wheel of one world currency and how to control. Amen. But Baldwin never was going to go down for this. Exactly. Because they were saying that basically he was going to be okay either way. And also, that's what happened. He eventually was, off the hook for what he did. Yeah, Baldwin is off the hook forever. And yeah, so basically there was like Shannon at the trial of the woman, the lady that her kid deleted, was a school shooter, and she was, and Shannon was talking about the trial chat room. And then there's another one with the Koberger one. They were talking about the trial chat room. And Abe was like, the power to the people. And I was like, yeah, exactly. And as I said, we're not doing anything illegal or influencing jurors or anything. But basically, like in this situation, how some juror was in there with a phone, texting somebody that was in the chat, giving us information. Well, not me specifically, but the chat that people were in, and basically, I think that, as I said, and the screenshots will be shown, and like Kathy was saying, hope as a joke, hopefully nothing embarrassing was shown, and as a joke, and basically, I think it's just that's very wild, very wild. And none of us are in trouble. None of us do anything wrong. It was just a person that was getting information, and the juror. Those people were in a situation, but they'll do all these different things to try to save their client from having a problem, because they want to make sure their client get off the hook. That's their job. And as I said, Ashley won the mistrial. That's very interesting. We'll see how that goes. Cynthia says, although I really do not think he was complicit, the planned deletion was way behind his pay grade, so to speak. Yes, absolutely. And thanks and shout out to Cynthia about the weather in the deep south and all the storms we've been having. Thank you, Cynthia. It's pretty crazy down here. And because sometimes it'll have problems, but basically, like, thankful to a family that helps me, and also Cynthia is family of mine as well. I'm thankful for her too. Kathy, jurors aren't supposed to pay attention to anything outside the courtroom testimony. Exactly. Exactly. So that was the juror that did something wrong. But since it's in a chat room, they're going to show the chat, but we didn't do anything. It's not anything to do with us. It's just the person in question. And our friend was very upset about the situation, and went into like a panic. And yeah, it was, but I'm thankful Kathy and I handled the situation well. And I may not be pronouncing the name right. Caraville, whatever his name is, was telling the situation about the situation in the first place, because he was the one that was telling, basically about the situation. And then what happened was, like, kind of like the FBI giving us information, and then at first I'm like, oh, that's interesting, but then I realized it's like something was, there was going to be a mistrial because of something in the chat room. And then our friend was going to be shown in this thing, and no one would say anything, and I'm captain of the spaceship, so it was like my place. I felt it was my place to do it, and so I set it in motion for the person in the chat to know more about this. And then because the thing was about to end, there wasn't a lot of time left before the chat was going to be shut down. And then I'm like, you'll be interested to know about some of the stuff that's going on in the trial drama. And what's going on? What about I'm giving teasers and stuff, and then in layman's terms, the other person that got the information told our friend. Yeah. Then it continued over in the other chat, which I met some new people. People thought it was pretty cool there. And it was some, they like cats and stuff. It was another trial group, so that was pretty cool. So, yeah. That was a wild day, and it was pretty crazy. Pretty crazy indeed. And with the other trials, these creeps, Kathy, that we're seeing in these other trials are just like stereotypes you'd see in the Twilight Zone or those horror movies or something. They're like a stereotype, because there's like the Ted Bundy type people that you wouldn't think would do it, but then there's other people, they really look like there's something creepy about them. So that's really interesting. It's creepy in a way, about the stuff that these other trials are watching, the men's horde. And when I was watching trials today, there was a lot of issues going on, and I was in and out of chat, but I was able to see and the friends and talk to them the whole day pretty much. Cynthia says, the situation is way bigger than anything your friend thought. It came down to the prosecution not providing critical information in a criminal case. The prosecutor must have hand over the evidence. Now, also, the trial that I'm referring to is the Ashley trial, the ballerina trial. I'm not referring to the Alec Baldwin one. The Alec Baldwin one. Just to make sure we're on the same page. Yeah, so basically, as I was saying, the social security numbers have been compromised in a data leak, and this could be a lot of trouble. Yeah, yeah, Cynthia, yeah. So I'll show. Let's see. See, it's hopefully this all works. Okay. All right. So the Ashley Benefield trial. Okay. This lady right here. This is the one I'm talking about. So I'm going to just say it one more time. It's okay. I could talk about this all day long. So basically, this woman was with her partner, and she's a ballerina, and he's like 50 and she's like in her 20s, and there is some conflict between them, and she deleted him. So she got the pew pew out and deleted him, and then there's a dispute. Does she feel threatened by him? And then another perspective is like she was like luring him in, like, can you come help me with this stuff? And then she goes and deletes him right there, like as a kind of like luring him in. It wasn't like a, so it depends how you interpret it or people see the situation. But it's like, say somebody got in a fight and that happened, or they're luring them in to delete them, and she felt that her side is saying she felt that she was abused, and the other side is like, she was not, she was, maybe there's having some conflict back and forth. I don't know if I'm paraphrasing that correctly, but basically she was the one deleting him, and she could have just left and walked away and went and just not had anything to do with him. But there's like a custody battle going on, and she just wanted the daughter for herself, and all these different, a rabbit hole of different things. So, because if someone's being abused, why would they go and invite them over to go help them with something? So there's all these different ways you could view and look at this trial. Like, there's different sides. As in chat, you'll have different opinions. And I'm just giving you all the different sides of what people at that time period when this trial was going on were thinking. And also, apparently, he was abusive to some of the pets, apparently, and which I don't quite recall if that was confirmed for sure or not, or maybe was she like Amber Heard that was making up stuff about him, like what happened in the Johnny Depp trial. So as I said, it could go back and forth with did that happen or not? Is it just hearsay? Because it was a very complex case, and there's very different opinions back and forth. It was very confusing. And if someone's abusing animals, we all love pets here. No one would like that at all, and that's a very tough penalty for that. And or someone is being slandered, or if they're being slandered about it, then they're being slandered about it. Like with the Johnny Depp situation, and Kathy is saying yes, he admitted it himself. Okay, Kathy, thank you. So Kathy has confirmation that he did admit to abusing the animals. Okay. Thank you. So, but basically, so that was the trial as was going on. And then towards the end, and then Kathy was saying he threw their cat down the steps. Yep. And also may have done something, also did something to a dog too, if I recall correctly. And basically, so that was the situation going on with this trial. And then, like, so there's an argument about that. And then the other argument, like, what was being discussed was that, was she being abused to the point where she felt that she had to delete him? Like, that was the argument also, that, were they in a tussle? Was he stalking her? Like what the attorney was saying, that, she felt threatened, like her attorney was saying. And the other side, the state's saying that basically she lured him in to go help her with something. And then she deletes him. Kathy, I concur with you, and Cynthia will concur with you, because, we all love cats and animals and stuff. And so basically what happened was, with this trial, like, her deleting him, was that really right? Like, in some, was that necessary? Like, was, like, one of our friends was saying, Like, was she being abused to the point where she felt her life was really threatened? Could she have filed, could she have called the police if he was abusing the pets? Could have she have, done something to eventually get away from him permanently? Because there's people that go through abusive relationships that eventually get away, but sometimes they don't. Sometimes they're afraid. Sometimes they're being threatened. That is true, and sometimes, a lot of times, like with Diddy, that relationship, that people kind of stay with their abuser. They may be afraid. There's all kinds of ways to look at it, and I'm just giving you all different opinions that were said at the time. I'm not like telling you all what to think or debating at all. That's what I'm doing. I'm just giving you all these different points of view that were said at the time. So, like, was she like Amber Heard, like making up stuff? Did she go too far? There's all these different things. Or was she justified? Was she being abused? There's all kinds of ways to look at it. And also, basically, there was no one was there with the two of them, exactly. And then they had some of the specialists that came in to show how the bullets were being fired. They showed them the screen, and was pointing the gun up in the air, the pew pew up in the air, and stuff like that. There's all kinds of different forensics. I was talking about the way the body was and the position there was in and stuff like that. Rulia says abusing animals always pisses her off. Maximum, I agree. Truly already hate those people. And I agree completely. I agree. I love the cats, and I would, not be happy. I really would not be a happy camper. I would be a very angry camper if someone would hurt any cat or any dog. Okay? I'm with you all 100%. And also, Kathy was talking about the mother, because she has a kid, and both the parents are lost, and it's absolutely really sad for the daughter. Exactly. So, and then there's a situation where towards the end, that's been confirmed through snapshots. Cynthia said something very interesting I want to say before I get to that point. Psychos are always concerned with three elements: bedwetting, abusing animals, and starting fires. Exactly. Exactly. Thank you, Cynthia. And also, that's true. That's true. Psychopaths, sociopaths, and stuff like that. So basically, as I was saying, with the trial, you have this situation where towards the end, somebody was claiming that they were having a sibling that was on the jury and was giving the chat information. And, Kathy, we're all like watching to see the verdict is. And then you have this thing where somebody's saying they're giving the information, and there's these time lapse that right when the person said something was going to happen, it happened. And that it was too much of a conjunction between the two different time frames that the person was getting insider information from the jury, which the jury is not supposed to be giving that information out because they're supposed to be completely isolated from the case. So the attorney, it will be filing a mistrial because of that, and also because a juror was abused and didn't disclose that information. So you have two jurors that were not right. One of them was abused but lied about it. And they're supposed to disclose that information because they could be biased in a case. So, and actually not getting a fair trial because a juror knew something, and, it would be the constitutional rights. And so in this chat room, say Kathy and I and some of our friends are there, and not everybody was in the screenshots, of course. I don't even know if I'm in the screenshots, but that they're having these screenshots, and when the person that in question was seen, they showed the screenshots and will be shown in the mistrial. And this was given information by one of our friends who's an attorney, and this person always gets great information all the time, insider information like the FBI. And then we were going out, and telling us that certain people, one of our companions, was going to be in the screenshots, and then it was towards the end, and I was getting myself together to go next door, and I wanted to give the friend a hint, and then before I could paraphrase it in layman's terms, our friend that gave the information said it in layman's terms what happened, and then Kathy and I were in another chat room explaining to the person what happened. The person was very upset because it's embarrassing, or this is going to be in that situation, and calming the person down, and everything's going to be all right. The person that was in trouble was the juror. And also, there's some other conspiracy theories that where they're going to try to use this as an excuse to try to take the trials down or take the chat room down, so people won't go and watch these things anymore. Because sometimes the attorneys and stuff get triggered by us existing. Although we're not doing anything illegal, we're not influencing the jurors. We have nothing to do with that. That's not us. And then they just don't like information getting out there because they feel paranoid, they feel threatened. Because, us chatters are very cool and funny, and that we do have a great influence, and people do watch the streams, and they may be concerned with their public perception, and we do influence public perception, perhaps. Like, people could watch the streams, not the jurors, but people could watch the streams, the replays, and just the people, American people, just seeing what's going on in the country. We're not like China or Russia or these different countries that hypothetically could be different, or North Korea. But, our country, it's, we the people. So nobody did anything wrong. Nobody did anything giving jurors information. Just some people think it's a troll, it's a bot or something that made it up. So it should be investigated, and we'll see what happens. And if an alien spaceship is shown in the snapshot, well, I'll get more traffic to the channel. It's a joke. All right. So yeah, that was a situation that happened. And I got a vast network of people in different groups I'm in, and I like seeing the networking is very cool to see. These different people, all these different people coming together for this. I really like that. And I liked the information that was yeah, Kathy. I like the information. It's like, our friend is like the FBI and giving us information. And yesterday, my phone was nearly deleted. The battery was nearly deleted because I was meeting the new cat ladies. I was helping the friend out with Kathy, meeting the new people, and I really appreciate the feedback that you all really like. Appreciate me in the chats and like what I do. I really appreciate that. And I enjoy doing what I do every day. And basically, there's a bad weather too. Like today, we had some hiccups in the streams. So that was why yesterday there was no live for a variety of different reasons. But I was going to give it a shot and see what happens. Here we are. So for this time today. But yeah, just reporting to all the spaceship everywhere that happened. Everything's okay. But it's really, really wild. Like one of some other YouTubers are talking about this, and thousands of people are knowing the news. It's crazy. And Kathy, we saw it right away. We saw it before anybody else did. It's wild. And Kathy said, but he never shares information unless it's public record. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, because we're not like we're not Al Qaeda or something like that, or we're doing all kinds of crazy stuff. We're just whatever's public record. We're in as the name law and crime. We're just in law, but we kind of don't do the crime part as much. It's a joke. We don't do the crime part at all. It's like two different sides, law and crime. Primal. Hello, my friend. I was on a rant. That's why I didn't tell you right away, but hello, my friend. Good to see you, and welcome to the chat. Have a good night, my friend. I have to drink some water after that big rant. Also, Cynthia says, Rulia says she's a therapist, and that Rulia is correct. Those are the three huge red flags. And Cynthia says the psychologists are the PhD counselors, the psychiatrists are the MDs who can give meds when they evaluate patients. It is called psychological, or psychiatric evaluation. Rulia says it's not just psychologists give people assessments. I've given assessments my entire career. And yeah, Cynthia she is an attorney, like Capri Law. That's a friend of Kathy and I's. And Cynthia says was a public entity, and they usually done by one or another. I assume it's different every organization. Most places master degrees and several degrees give assessments, and she has 3 degrees, certified and crediting in social sciences. Well, that's a lot of hard work, Rulia. Shout out to you for that, and also Cynthia as well, because she's in the law stuff. Yeah, so and all of you that do your thing as well, shout out to all of you as well. Yeah, so basically that's the situation with this trial, and you have the other creepy trial we're watching about the if there's a verdict found guilty because the lady deleted the young person. You don't have to do that. It's not necessary. And she was found guilty, and she had like no emotion to her. And then you have this creepy dude that looks like it's this creepy dude that kind of graphic, but like the person in the freezer, and they deleted and did other things to this woman that was staying with them, and he's just vile. He looks like he looks like a goblin, looks like a monster. It's disgusting looking. And his stupid attorney kept talking about the certain type of these butt plugs and stuff and all these different things, and everybody was making jokes about him in the chat about that. And he had his stupid chalkboard out, and he was giving a lecture to all of us, and he gave Billy an F and he gave me a D. That's a joke. And yes, he has the Charles Manson eyes, and y'all know who Charles Manson is. And Charles Manson did a lot of drugs and stuff, and he was bad. He was bad before, and his whole life since he was a little kid he was bad. But Charles Manson has some really messed up eyes. You see this guy, how crazy he looks. See, can they see that? Yeah. See, that's exactly what the defendant looks like in this other case. Yeah, dude is actually insane. Yeah. So basically, yeah, that's what that guy. And there's some kind of Texas Chainsaw Massacre type stuff with cannibalism. It's a graphic stuff, very graphic. And this is what this dude does. The stupid attorney was putting down and belittling the victim, and calling her a prostitute and all these different things and putting her down. And then he started ranting about his own client and saying he's a creepy 50-year-old white man. The white man, you gotta blame him, blame the white man as a joke. And basically, the 50-year-old white man that's creepy. It's like this guy was just making fun of everybody, and he was saying about how the lady was doing all this stuff and she was being lazy, and this creepy Charles Manson decrepit gremlin guy that got disqualified from terrorist organizations was just helping his family. He was just going to work late night shifts, and he was just doing his thing, and just an honest, hardworking, creepy cockroach, just cockroaching around and buzzing around like buzz, 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 buzz. But that's not true. The guy was doing some evil stuff. That's what he was doing. It's like you got a I'm being like a prosecutor right now. You got like a whole. This man got himself a whole body in a freezer, but it's not his fault though. It's like it's not down the street or over at another block. It's in this man's house, and he's just like chilling. And he's just like these crazy big eyes, and then the other trial we're watching in Las Vegas. This, he deleted this cool guy, and he his news reporter that was talking about him. This man's wearing like a hat and in this like hazmat suit and his Darth Vader outfit, and he just stands out like a sore thumb. And it's like everybody could see him, and it was obviously him that did it. And this other guy's creepy looking. He looks like the yes, amen. Really, Manson always had demons around him. He did, absolutely. And this dude was like, he has the other guy's creepy too. He has his forehead, as Kathy said, that somebody put tape there to get all the wrinkles on the dude's forehead. And he just has creepy eyes. He looks like Morgus, which is a New Orleans thing, or Frankenstein, like just like the Frankenstein, or any of those monsters. I remember there was a Twilight Zone episode where they had the mannequins of the serial killers in the basement that the guy was taking care of because they're shutting down the wax museum. Personally, there's a wax museum in New Orleans that it's very heartbreaking they took down, and I still stand by they should have kept it there. I love that wax museum, and it was so enchanting and very creepy. I like spooky stuff, but yeah, but basically in the basement, it's like they got the kid in the basement, but this man in the basement, he had his serial killer mannequins, and they did all this, like, it gets really crazy in episode. Those two creeps look just like those characters from that TV show. It's just really like a cliche horror villain. It's really crazy. Yes, Cynthia, he did let demons run his life. Yes. Cynthia said, I handled abuse, neglect, and exploitation of elderly and disabled. Yeah, thank you for that, Cynthia. Thank you. Yeah, Cynthia. Yeah, Cynthia says, I do not think I ever got to go to that museum unless I was a child and cannot remember. Okay, Cynthia, I was wondering if you ever went there. Because if I can recall correctly, Mary, your sister, was there. And I think she saw it when she was young, but I don't, I wasn't around then, of course, so I wouldn't know. I have to ask Mary. But so you don't really recall. Maybe you were a child, maybe you weren't. You don't really remember. Okay, thank you. But I love that place. I went there on field trips and everything. Cynthia, I know. I'm reading the chat, Cynthia, and you all are exchanging information. That's really cool. I'm glad that y'all are having a conversation. I've known Rulia for quite a while now. Yeah, and also, see if I can pull this up. That basically the two defendants that are on the stand that are reviewing, they look like those things. Like, they look like those characters. As I said, very cliche looking. And Albert Hicks. These different people from the past. Yeah, they definitely have similar features to that, in my opinion. Like, they all have a certain look in their eyes. Facts, Cynthia, facts. And that's why I like spending time with family and doing things with family. You know, and experiencing and loving, enjoying the moment. And because she says so many places we take for granted go away, and the longer you live, the more you will see it. Exactly. Thank you. Relia says, I'm in the private practice right now. I just have a few clients. I'm not too busy with that. I've mostly worked with adolescents in the residential facilities. I make sell crafts too, wreaths, painting, etc. That's really cool that you're into the creative stuff. I like creative stuff too. He was a pirate. Yeah. So, as I said, that's what's interesting about the the current trials with those two defendants, that they kind of resemble these kind of creepy, the original, you know, killers, deleters from back in that time period, because they'll have that look. They'll have that look. They have the lines and stuff in their forehead, and yeah, they just look. They all look the same, really. And then sometimes you'll have situations where they just look like a clean cut, cool person. But basically, those two certainly fit the stereotype of that, or like Frankenstein. So like the guy, Kathy, the guy from the trial that we're watching about, let's see, the Las Vegas one. He to me looks like Frankenstein. Also, I said these like stereotypical things from these movies and stuff. That's what they resemble. They're very demonic and evil looking. They're just like dead inside. And Cynthia says, Peeps, now I do something totally different. 2017 was the last year I did that. Now I work on cases with big companies, many of them tech companies, going through discovery documents. That's really cool, Cynthia. It's very cool. He's not a good person. Absolutely. There's like even Ted Bundy, his eyes were creepy. Like in some of the pictures, I'd say all of them, but some of them like you could really see it in a lot of his mugshots and stuff. Like he had like one of them that was released recently from Colorado. He had like a big smile on his face, and he had his eyes really wide, and like he looked like he looked evil too. Like they have like something evil in their eyes, like a stare. Yeah. There's all kinds of new stuff coming out and information coming out that I look at. Yes, he was, Cynthia. Yes, he was. This is the guy I'm talking about. You see, he looks just like those mannequins I showed you off in the Twilight Zone, or Frankenstein. It's in his face. You could see it, and in the eyes. He looks like a typical villain. But remember, though, there's wolves in sheep's clothing, and you could have hypothetically a person that looks great. That's not like this. You know, a person that doesn't look evil that may be evil. You have to be careful. But eventually, their true colors come out, and their stares will come out. Yes. Yeah. So that's the one that I'm referring to. Facts. Facts. I'm glad that you're getting yourself busy, Julio. Cynthia says that his face looks like it's made out of rubber. And it's like in the trial, it's like right up in his, like the camera's right up in his face. And it's really cringe. Like you could see the death and destruction. Cynthia says, "Hey, the CIA can make a little old lady look like a younger man." Exactly. Good one. Kathy says, "Rulia, it's nice to meet you. It is nice outlet." Facts. Thank you, Kathy. They are sophisticated, absolutely. All right, this is another one. Okay, look at this man. This is another one. Look at that one. He looks really. He looks like terrifying looking. Yeah, that one looks. His eyes are so sunken in. And he looks so dead inside. Like he looks like he's melted rubber that was in the hot sun all day. And he was the one that stuffed the girl in the freezer. Exactly, Cynthia. Face made of rubber. This is another rubber face. Cynthia said there are people replacing other people, and no one is aware. All right. Aurelia says, Kathy, it's nice to meet you too. Also, your name is one of my favorite cousin's names. Exactly, Kathy Smith. Kathleen. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I love the name Kathy Smith. It's really cool. And there's a lot of Kathys, I know of. A shout out to the Kathys. Yeah, that is sick. And this guy, he's like Leatherface. And, it seems also like they're doing some cannibalism. And they were, into some of the, like, kinky stuff. And it got, you know, it came into some, like, a deleting situation when they deleted her. And it wasn't anything fun. It was horrible for her. And also his girlfriend. And He has his stupid attorney, as I said. He with his chalkboard. It's like for God's sakes, a chalkboard, and you have to with all the butt plug dust. All that, it was absolutely crazy. It was so crazy how it was. The closings were insane. It really was. Now the state did great, but the defendants group was really nuts. So this guy's like a cockroach, man. He's absolutely nuts. Kathleen's a cool name too. I did not know that, Cynthia. There were three Karens. Yeah, he stares like he's like a dead fish. The entire time he just looks like that. Like Leatherface. Was just staring with his creepy mask on. That's all that goes on the entire time. He just makes these he's like he darts around, his face darts around, and he's like a creature. Just like a creature. Hey, Cynthia got breaking news. Even the cockroaches are lobbying not to be associated with him. Oh yeah, and I believe the cockroaches will win their case. And hopefully they could just stay outside and eat the leaves and the stuff outside, because they're not like him, intentionally trying to go and hurt and delete people. They're just trying to be like the garbage cans or like the disposal and trying to eat the things outside. But hope when they come inside, that's not good. But hope they just stay outside and take care of the leaves and stuff, because they're not evil. This is evil. This is a savage. This is a demon, a son of Satan. That's what he is. It's like when I was opening, I woke up in the morning, and I looked up, go into YouTube, and I see that guy, and I see this lovely, beautiful face right here. I'm like, whoa. He reeks like sulfur. Yeah, and that's, as I said, I woke up to see that. Yes, they'll be deliberating today. Yes. Oh yeah, me too. That's the smell. It's a worse stench than what SpongeBob's breath was after he ate his hot fudge sundae in the when he made the whole town upset when he ate that hot fudge sundae and went around the whole city and everybody wanted to be around him. This guy smells worse than that. It'll be interesting to see how that goes, Kathy. And I believe he'll be found guilty. They'll be found guilty. And those are the two people that are responsible for this. I can smell the guy from here. It even repels the seer, telling about the prophecies of this trial. It's a giant pile of dung. It's worse than beetle dung or any other kind of dung. You know what this guy is? This guy's rubber dung. Yeah, that's the guy's face the whole time. He looks so stupid. Like, his IQ's in the negatives. And I mean, this situation with the judge. There was this situation where they're about to go for the day, and somebody had one more witness, and his face, the face. Even the dung beetles will pass on him. Yes. the judge's face was like, there's this meme that was going on in 2016, and where like say like a cat or something, they'll I don't know, like a cat makes a face, or if somebody more specifically, like you drop something and the look on someone's face and they drop something, like the screen turns black and white, and then it's like, hello darkness my old friend, I've come to talk to you again. That'll play. That they made memes of that, like things happening, hello darkness my old friend. And that was this the judge, when he heard there's another witness, his face just dropped, and he was just like having a nervous breakdown silently, because I don't know, he wanted to go home or something, and it was a hello darkness my old friend moment. And then they had to pause it for a second, and then they came back. But yeah, his face, it just, he was like all twisted. But he was a really cool judge, very very nice man. He did very good. But it was a funny episode. Yeah. Yes. Sound of Silence, Simon Garfunkel. Yes. And I knew about the song before it became a meme. My friend and I were on the road trip up to the North Shore, and we listened to that as one of the songs in the. It was one of the songs we listened to by Simon and Garfunkel, and like, I knew about it before it became a meme. So there you go. Kathy says he scares me. The judge is excellent. I can't imagine dealing with monsters like him. I agree, Kathy. I agree. And Kathy also says, really, I love that song. Facts. Good taste in music. I've come to talk to you again. And also, there's a group that made a new version of the song, like a rock version of it, like more like a metal version of it. It's very good. It got like 1 billion views. That also came out in 2016. You know, another thing about that song, that the new version of the song was put in a trailer for a video game in 2016. So I don't know, 2016 was just the year that song was used everywhere. But a very good song. Very good song. Oh, really? Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. I totally agree. Very good music. Also, on the road trip up there, listen to Painted Black by the, yeah, the Rolling Stones. That's good, really. I'm glad that you liked it. It's Disturbed, The Sound of Silence, and it got 1 billion views. All right, so it's, yeah, their voices are, they sync so well. Their voices, it's pure synchronicity, like in their voices. Yeah, very good band. Oh, okay. So basically, yes. Oh my, that's them. Simon and Garfunkel. As I remember that, we listened to that. It was because we were listening to these different CDs while we are going up there, because it's kind of a long journey. And yeah, as I said, they just perfectly synced together. It was nice seeing it in a meme, like in 2016, and also that the Sound of Silence, Fry Disturbed was really good. So yeah, good memories, good time, and it's like reboot in this time period. And this and right 2024 is a crazy year like 2016, and also Painted the other group Painted Black, that was a good song. And yeah, so as I said, yeah, shout out to them, they did good. Yes, I'm going to do yes, and it was my friend that I talked about aliens with. That's where like because him and I, my best friend, we talk about aliens and different things and the different like the stuff that I talk about now on YouTube. That's what we were talking about back then. Yeah, it was a fun road trip. It was nice outdoors. It was large woodlands, and I saw the stream, and it's this ring of like kind of wheat, but it wasn't wheat, but it was kind of like dead grass, but it looked like wheat, and we called it the Ring of Gold after some Nordic mythology. There's some called the Ring of Gold, and yeah, so it was nice seeing the forest and stuff. It was good memories, good times. I shot a bow and arrow at a target at a target. Yeah, so it was fun, very nice. Shout out to them, and also, so I talked about the trials and with Jeffrey Williams with YSL. Cynthia, thank you for coming, uh, and good night to you, mate. R. Yeah, I remember because I was with them on the road trip, and we're listening to Painted in Black, and it was really good. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, this is Woody YSL, and he doesn't remember anything, and that was his suit he was wearing, and yeah, he just doesn't remember anything, and he went in there, and he was explaining about everything he said was a lie, and he was talking about all the different rappers and stuff and throwing them all under the bus, and he just was trying to get himself out of jail. But what happened was like the YSL is like a record label, and then he's saying that they're doing something else. But now he's saying that he was lying before, and they're showing him all the videos of him snitching and 9 hours of snitching, and we're all like making jokes about him. And somebody said Osama been snitching, and everybody was cracking up laughing, and I was saying like he SpongeBob Woody Pants, and people constantly were just bombarding the chat with all this art heavy artillery. It was epic. It was some epic stuff. And this is a picture of that is a picture of Woody with the court reporter that was under Glanville, Judge Glanville, and they took a picture with each other. I saw this recently, and yeah, and they look really good, and he has a nice suit on. Cool people, look like cool people. Yeah, but yeah, he's hilarious. And also, he was getting aggravated because they keep asking the same question over and over again. Like, he will say, "Can you repeat the question?" And they repeat the question, and repeat the question, repeat the question. He said, "Why do you all keep repeating the question?" Yeah, he's funny. He's a character. And like Rulia, I'll remind you, his first day on the stand, they asked him how old he was, and he said grown. And then they asked him what number, and he said, I plead the fifth. And then the judge said, "You're going to be held in contempt for a weekend," and that was it. And then he came back, and he couldn't do that anymore. And then he was saying he wanted to get out of jail, and they were talking about like the police officers are like screaming at him, and then he was talking to himself. He was snitching to himself, and he was talking about Lil Wayne. He was talking about Rich Homie Quan, and there was a big part of the like an hour or two they're talking about Rich Homie Quan, and it's like, what do you mean with Rich Homie Quan? He was like, he didn't know, he did not know, like, he was not in YSL. He was saying that he was his own thing. His rap name's Little Woody, like Woody. That's what they call him, like Woody from Toy Story, but with a twist. It's the Woody. He's the Woody that could. As one of the comrades said in the chat, "Gone with the Woody rather than gone with the wind." And also, people were like ending his man's whole career, including myself. And then what happened was, like, they showed him a picture of one of the people he was with in a picture, and he said, the prosecutor, she said, "Do you know this person?" And he said, "I don't know them." And this person right here you're with in the picture, and you say, "You mean this ugly boy right there?" he, he, he's like, he's a wild card. He's like the Joker. That's basically what Woody Wood Snitcher. Oh yeah, really. Yeah, the heavy artillery, and I'm glad that you're. I like that you're joining in on this one right now. Yeah, Woody the Wood Snitcher, and also basically, what happened was he would. Then the prosecutor, she would say "sure" rather than "sure," and man, he was like throwing everybody in the bus, to get out of jail. It's really something crazy to watch. He's like a Joker. He just causes a lot of chaos, and he's not a reliable witness. And here's another view of it. So that is the snitch himself with the court reporter. She's not the court reporter anymore, but she was one from before. It looks like he's signing autographs. Oh, there's another thing I saw, that there people try to go up into his face with the camera, and he was just like, you cannot go in his face with the camera because he's not afraid of polices. Rulia, he says that he's not, like, he talks he's like, I don't care. He was telling the polices everything they needed to know. Well, Rulia, so basically what happened was he told on everybody because he was trying to get out of jail. They had him locked up in jail, so he's claiming, because what happened was he was saying stuff about Young Thug, Rich Homie Quan, about Lil Wayne, about Birdman. I'm sure the possum in the backyard that was just trying to eat some food. He said anything about anybody so he can get out of getting in jail. He wanted to get out of jail, so he said this and that to get out of jail. But now he's saying it's not true, and Young Thug, YSL, that they're just like a record label and they're not really a gang organization. And then he started opening up the beans. He said they're aggravating him. He wants to clear his conscience. He was pardoned the state can't go after him about any wrong he did, so he's given immunity. So then he started talking about when he pulled the pew pew out on the other guy's face, because he was angry at them because they were beefing with him, and he put out the pew pew on them, and they're talking about the beef, and he was talking about the deletions that were going on and stuff, and like before he would tell the judge, he said, "Am I given immunity?" He said, "Okay," and he told him, and then the day afterwards, he went and he was like, "Okay, y'all aggravated me. That's why I started telling you. I shouldn't have said those things, but I was aggravated." So now he's saying he was lying about that stuff. It's all not true. And they showed him videos of all the stuff he was saying, and he said he doesn't recall. He doesn't recall. Our friend Kadeda was, it's in her head like a ringworm. Not a ringworm, but a musical worm that goes in your ear that plays music that I don't recall. I don't recall. I don't recall. That's it stuck in my head too. All right, let's see what y'all are saying now. Really is saying, okay, I answered that. Really said the polices. And really said right. He retracted on everything. Yes, really, he retracted on everything. Kathy said he's an odd situation. He's trying not to say too much. The whole thing is confuses me. Yeah, Kathy, absolutely. It is very confusing. And it says Woody goes live with court clerk before testifying in Young Thug YSL. Oh, wow. Yeah, because he has an Instagram. Yeah, this man's wild. It's like basically, they're just chilling, and like there's an incident with her that he was asking something about her shoes, and he said like her shoes are white, and he's like, "What color are your shoes?" And he's like, "They're white." Yeah, see, her shoes are white. Okay, really, the information that he's giving, which I don't know what the truth is. I'm not them, but the reason why he's retracting everything is that so Young Thug and him were associates, and he like made up stuff allegedly about him in these allegations because he wanted to get out of jail. So now what he's doing is he's trying to show that Young Thug and YSL are not a criminal organization like he was saying before, and that everything he said was not true because he wanted to get out of jail. So he was probably threatened by the police or something, maybe. I don't know. I don't know for sure, but like they're basically not threatening him, but they're saying if they spill the beans on everything, they'll let him out of jail. So he was telling them anything and everything to get himself out of jail. He's making up stuff left and right to get himself out of jail. He was trying to be believable and convincing so they would believe him and get him out of the situation. Rulia went outside with the doggies. Shout out to the doggies. Yeah, so that is the madness going on, with him. So what's going to happen with Woody is that, so an update about Woody, they were going through recently all these different motions from the there's these interviews he did with the police. And that's not what I meant to do. So basically with Woody, he was going to they're showing everybody what he was doing in the interrogations for those trials that he was doing. So they interrogated him and he was snitching. So they're showing the videos of him snitching. So there's like 9+ hours of this footage of him snitching. They called him back into the court. So now they're just sitting in the court looking at the stuff he said. And he's bored. He's sleeping. He even complained about not getting enough sleep because he has to wake up very early. And he was now saying that he's aggravated by the whole thing, which he was the whole time. So now what's going to happen? They're going to continue to go through these motions about what's going on with him. Before they ended for today, they showed the situation with the tech. They're having some tech stuff they were putting together, and we'll see. It's still an ongoing process, Rulia, and he was given immunity for anything wrong he did. Yes, at the channel Law and Crime I watch, Rulia, that's where these trials are going on. You can watch, and basically, yes, it's on YouTube. It's on YouTube, yes. Yeah, it's on YouTube. Yeah, Law and Crime Network. Yeah, Law and Crime Trials. You look it up there. Yeah, and also in the Madaw trial, that seems to be like they're going to have try to have a new trial with that one, and also basically there's this situation. That's they're going to have a new trial with that one too because of some things. So that one's going to be coming back up. Okay, Rulia, here you go. Let's see. Yeah, Kathy, I bet you do. I bet you do. There is another witness. He got frustrated as well, and he was on the stand, and he didn't remember anything either. Okay, Rulia, good job. Thank you. I'm in there all day long, by the way. And you can watch, and also there's all kinds of, all the videos you can watch and stuff about it, and you can see the replays of him, which I will do at some point on one of the streams at some point. But I want to get through some other topics. But yeah, but I will at some point react on the stream to Woody. I'll do that, which was requested from before. But I will do that. I will do that. But at the moment, I want to talk about some of the other things. But I will do that at some point as well. So, all right. So, and here we go. Okay, we're going to go to. All right, let's see how this goes, okay? I'm going to read this article. Alex Murdaugh might get a new murder trial after major development. All right, so I want to read this article to you all to give you all the update about Murdaugh. Murdaugh. Alex Murdaugh could get a new murder trial after South Carolina Supreme Court agreed to hear his jury tampering appeal. Kathy says the trial was presented very well, but I'm sorry that he's getting another chance. I agree. The court could overturn judge's decision in January not to grant him a new trial. His legal team may be made the request in late 2023 over claims that now former Colleton County Clerk of Court Becky Hill of prejudicing the jury. Murdaugh was convicted in March last year for 2021 deletion of his wife Maggie and his youngest son Paul. The disgraced South Carolina attorney was sentenced to life in prison for the killings, but his legal team argue that Hill's alleged interference in the case warrants a new trial. They claim Hill told jurors not to believe Murdaugh's testimony and other defense evidence while also pressuring the jury to reach a quick verdict because a conviction would help boost sales of her self-published book about the trial. Hill vehemently denies the allegations. Hill apologized in December after the author of her book accused of plagiarism. She resigned from the collection county court earlier this year. In January, former state Supreme Court Chief Justice Jean Toll ruled against Murdaugh's bid for a new trial, though one juror testified at an evidentiary hearing that Hill's comments influenced their opinion about the case. Although the Toll didn't agree with Murdaugh's legal team that the jury was prejudiced. She criticized Hill as someone who was attracted to the siren call of celebrity. Murdaugh's attorney wrote in the request for the state Supreme Court revival that the legal principle of major importance is whether it is presumably prejudicial for a state official to secretly advocate for a guilty verdict through ex parte contacts with jurors during the trial, or whether a defendant, having proven the contacts occurred, must also somehow prove the verdict would have been different in a hypothetical trial in which the superstitious advocacy did not occur, according to CNN. In order signed Tuesday, South Carolina Supreme Court Justice agreed to her appeal. In addition to his life sentence for murder, Murdaugh was also sentenced to 27 years in prison in November over state fraud charges, another 40 years in April over federal fraud charges. So that's the situation with that. All right. Now we're going to talk about the astronauts that are lost in space and the data breach. Hackers may have stolen the social security numbers of us. Number and massive breach. Here's what to know. A new lawsuit is claiming hackers gained access to the personal information of billions of individuals, including their social security numbers, current and past addresses, and the names of siblings, parents, personal data that could allow fraudsters to infiltrate financial accounts or take out loans in their names. Yeah, so really, he deleted some of his family members, and he was trying to claim like he wasn't responsible for it, and like the judge was talking to him, and he was like, there's two different people. He was a person that he used to know, and this other person, and that other side of him came out. Doing all kinds of stuff to mess his mind up, and he just like went berserk and started doing evil things to his family. So that's in layman's terms what happened with that one. The allegations arose in a lawsuit filed earlier this month by Christopher Hoffman, a California resident who claims his Identity Theft Protection Service alerted him that his personal information had been leaked to the dark web by a national publication publicdata.com breach. Lawsuit was earlier reported by Bloomberg. The breach allegedly occurred around April 2024 with a hacker group called USDOD infiltrating the unencrypted personal information of billions of individuals from company, National Public Data, a background check company. According to a lawsuit earlier this month, a hacker leaked a version of the stolen NPD data for free on a hacking forum tech site. Bleeping Computer reported. Hey Amanda, I saw you at the corner of my eye for a second. I'm glad that you're here. Yeah, shout out to Amanda. Amanda, I hope that y'all are having a good day. I hope that you're doing well. Amanda, also all of you, if I didn't tell you all this earlier, I hope everybody's having a good day, has a good weekend. All right. That the hacker claimed the stolen files, including 2.7 billion records, with each listing person's full name, address, date of birth, social security number, the phone number. Bleeping Computer said, while it's unclear how many people that includes, it's likely that everyone with a social security number was impacted, said Cliff Steinhauser, Director of Information Security and Engagement, National Cybersecurity Alliance, a nonprofit promotes online safety. It's a reminder of the importance of protecting yourself because certainly companies and the government aren't doing it for us, Steinhauser told CBS Money Watch. In a statement posted to its website, NPD said the breach involved a third-party bad actor that was trying to hack into data late December 2023 with potential leaks of certain data in April 2024 and September 2024. Absolutely, Kathy. Absolutely. I am, Amanda. Thank you. Things are going much better than earlier. The company added that it's working with law enforcement and the government investigators. NPD said it will try to notify you if there are further significant developments applicable to you. Here's what to know about the hack. It is crazy, Kathy, absolutely. What is National Public Data? National Public Data is a data company based in Coral Springs, Florida. It provides background checks for employers, investigators, and other businesses that want to check people's backgrounds. Its searches include criminal records, vital records, SSN traces, and more information, its website says. Amanda, earlier there was some turbulence with connection, and chat hung in there with me. And Sarah was here earlier for a moment. She was here earlier, and she told everybody hello. And I don't know if she's still here, if she's still listening, somewhere in there. Shout out to you, Sarah, if you're still listening. And basically, yeah, and my aunt was here earlier, Cynthia, and she was explaining that down here sometimes in the deep south, the internet can be spotty, especially with all the storms that are going on in the area. But thank God, right now everything's going smoothly. Thank God, yeah. And Rulia says, "I hate when that happens. It makes me so nervous. My ID will get stolen. They ruin people." Absolutely, Rulia. And kicking the can isn't gonna do anything about it. So, it's a frustrating situation. Yeah. Okay, Kathy, have a great weekend. Thank you, Amanda. All right, Kathy, thank you for coming here and modding the chat. I appreciate you very much. Peace. Peace, fam. See you on the next streams. The coming streams. There are many similar companies that scrap public data to create files on consumers, which they then sell to other businesses, Steinhauser said. They are data brokers that collect and sell data about people, sometimes for background check purposes. He said it's because there's no national privacy law in the U.S. There's no law of them collecting data against consent. Yeah, and also what I remember about with Sarah, she was so Amanda. Sarah said that her husband surprised her and brought her to the mall, and her husband brought her. They're at a Starbucks Wi-Fi, so they're out somewhere, but they told us hello for a moment. As I said, maybe she's still listening or not. I'm not too sure, but yeah. So that's the information on Sarah. Cool people. They are data brokers that collect and sell data about people, sometimes for background check purposes. He said it's because there's no national privacy law in U.S. There is no law against them collecting this data against our consent. What happened with the U.S. DoD hack? According to the new lawsuit, U.S. DoD on April 8 posted a database called National Public Data on the dark web, claiming to have records about 2.9 billion individuals. It was asking for purchase price of 3.5 million, the lawsuit claims. However, Bleeping Computer reported that the file was later leaked for free on a hacker forum, as noted above. How many people have been impacted? The number of people impacted by the breach is unclear, although the lawsuit claims billions of individuals had their data stolen. The total population in the U.S. stands about 330 million. The lawsuit also alleges that the data includes personal information of deceased individuals. Bleeping Computer reports that the hacked data involves 2.7 billion records, with individuals having multiple records in the database. In other words, one individual could have separate records for each address where they've lived, which means the number of impacted people may be far lower than the lawsuit claims, the site noted. The data may reach back at the least 3 decades, according to a law from Skerber John John Kirker Kolb, which said on Monday it is investigating the breach. Did the NPD alert individuals about the hack? It's unclear, although lawsuit claims that NPD has still not provided any notice warning to Hoffman or other people affected by the breach. In fact, upon information and belief, the vast majority of class members were unaware that their sensitive personal information had been compromised and that they were and continue to be at significant risk of identity theft and various other forms of personal, social, financial harm, the lawsuit claims. Shout out to the 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 doggies and the dog mamas. Shout out to y'all. Information security company McAfee reported it hasn't found any filings with state attorney general. Some states require companies that have experienced data breaches to file reports with their AG offices. However, NPD posted an alert about the breach on its website, stating that it believes that information breached includes names, email addresses, phone numbers, social security numbers, and mailing addresses. There are tools available that will monitor what information about you is available on the dark web, noted Michael Blair, managing director of cybersecurity firm NickUdo. NukeUdo. Commonly breached data includes your personal addresses, passwords, and email. He added, one such service is how Hoffman, who filed a lawsuit, found out that his information had been leaked as part of NPD breach. Make sure to use security experts. Consumers put freezes on their credit files at the three big credit bureaus, Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion. Freezing your credit is free and will stop bad actors from taking out loans or opening credit card accounts in your name. The biggest thing is to freeze your credit report so it can't be used and open accounts in your name and that commit fraud in your name and others that commit other frauds in your name, Steinhauser said. Steinhauser recommends consumers take several additional steps to protect their data and finances. Make sure your passwords are at least 16 characters in length and are complex. Use a password manager to save those long, complex passwords. Now, I study about, through YouTube, I study about cyber hacks and stuff. I'm not a hacker or anything. I'm not doing that kind of stuff. I just like looking at stuff because I like computer things. So basically how this works, there's these certain programs you could use. Like you get a terminal, usually they use Linux. Now nobody does this, okay? This is for educational purposes only. I'm not responsible if anything happens. Alright, saying that. So what happens is they use Linux. Also Firefox has a certain, the Firefox browser has these certain plugins you could use to get information. So when you're doing a data breach and stuff, you do a couple of commands, and no matter how long the password is, in my opinion, they're just gonna take the whole thing out. Like it's gonna take a whole list and dump all the passwords out. You'll have like usernames, emails, and passwords all in like rows and columns. These certain programs you could just kind of like, you have tools in these things. Like you could like have this thing that says like extract data from website, and and then you could go like hashtag like @ with some dashes, activate app, take data out. It's like so this app is called take data out, and then it will do that. Then you do another command, and you target the specific site you want to do. So you put the link in different things, and then it just generates all this information like that. I don't. It doesn't matter how long your password is. It doesn't matter how long, how great this and that. It just goes, just dumps it all out. Like, and basically also with the data breach, another thing they used to do, they may still do it now, is you could even do it like through a like a login page, hypothetically. That's how another way hackers can do these kind of things. Yeah, but those are ways hackers can do stuff like that. Like they could just take it and they could do and it just takes the whole thing down. And we'll be coming back. It may have been doing something, but it's coming back up now. All right, we're coming back. We're coming back. There's a lot of ads in that website, so it was causing a little bit of a situation, but now it's come back up. All right. So that's about the data breach. Okay. So now we're gonna so basically that's what hackers do. And as I said, like they could do it through the login page. And like with the situation with Trump and Elon Musk's interview, there's a DDoS attack. So what that means is you keep on sending the website information and bombarding it with information and sending it like kind of like pinging it, an example, something like that, and you just keep sending it information until it slows down, sort of like say a stream or something. It just kind of slows down. It kind of works the same thing with social media networks, and they were just bombarding it with information, like say sending a request, and usually you could program a bot to do it, and it will just put in these random codes and just attack it for you. Like you don't have to manually. I don't never done anything like this. I just like studying computer stuff. So, all seriousness, and basically, like what they can do is they can just attack it and attack it and attack it, and it drags the website down. That's why, and I think the two-factor authentication is great. How you can have like they have to send a number to your phone, so if they get the data, like say if your account was hacked or something, you have to have your phone number and you have to verify it through your phone. So that is a good safety measure they put in there because people, it doesn't matter how long the password is. It's so, in my opinion, it doesn't matter. But if they don't have your phone number, they're out of luck because they need a phone number to get through. Right, right, exactly, Rulia. Yeah, thank you. And also, yeah, Rulia, do that. That's very important. You do that. And there's an app you can get. There's apps you can get where, if I'm remembering, because when I was in some sort of program, some marketing program, I used it back a long time ago. So basically, like, you could get an app that will send you a code through your phone. And it's an app like you buy from the App Store. And when you go through to enter your password in, it'll send a 4 or 5 digit code, and you have to log into your app, and it matches. The code will match with the app, and that's the only way you could get in. Vacation. It's like so, and that's a good thing to have. I think that's a good thing to have is an app like that. Amanda says, so many scammers and hackers, I just can't stand them. And be careful about clicking links and being tricked into things. Like for computer wise, I like I like the Apple computers because they're more privacy oriented and they don't really have a lot of you know issues too much with that kind of stuff. It's not a common computer, so that's something I'd recommend. If there's some that are not, some that they're kind of expensive, but some of them are not as expensive as others. Yes, really, yeah, that's good. Yeah, man, though, yeah, yeah, it's a very cool app. It helps, really, yeah. It helps a lot. Okay, the app, I still have the app. And also to write down the pin, you got to write down the pin to make sure you can still get into that stuff because you need the pin to get in. Yeah, so there's a lot of security measures you could take. Amanda said my stepdad just got scammed by cashing a check in his bank account. Oh, good grief. Always have to be super careful. Okay, thank you, Amanda. Yeah, facts, Amanda. Yeah. You're welcome, Rulia. And I'll say this that if now I'll say for all of you if that you have a phone and that you like say get into your Google account or something and you need your phone number to get in, that's great too. That I think that is also just good enough. Like if you have like they have to text you a code on your phone to get in, that's good enough I think because not only you have your phone, even if they get the password, they can't get in. So I think the phone authentication, like say you're trying to log into your Google account and Google sends you a code to your phone number, only you have your phone. There's no other way, to my knowledge, how they could get in. So if you have that set, I think that's pretty much, good enough. But if you want to go a step further, those apps are good also, in my opinion. I'll read you all the description of the app. Authy is a mobile application and service that provides 2FA for online accounts. It uses a combination of a phone number and a one-time code generated by the app to confirm the user's identity and add a layer of security to login attempts. Authy also supports the use of hardware token for 2FA. Also, there's Google authentication too. Google has their own app about it. This says you should use an authenticator app over the SMS of authentication because it is more secure and less likely to be intercepted by cybercriminals. Authenticator apps generate 2FA codes locally on a device rather than sending them unencrypted over text message. I also want to let you all know about this. Since the code is valid for only 30 seconds, the hackers wouldn't have time to do anything with it anyway, so it seems like it's pretty good as so far at this point hack protection because it'll show you a code to put in your phone for an app for a couple of seconds, then it switches the app. I mean, switches the code. I recommend it in my opinion. All right, so I'm going to talk about these astronauts. All right, so these astronauts are stuck in space. And they're supposed to bring, in the Starliner, they're stuck up there and they can't really bring them down. So what they're doing now is they're realizing they may have to send another spacecraft up there around September, excuse me, to go and get them. Because they're stuck up there and their thing isn't moving and it's not working, but they're still alive, they're still well, but they're considering getting another probe up there to get them back home. And it's a very scary situation because they've been up there for a couple of months. Stranded sent me an article. She sent me some information that in Russia, I'll read it. Okay. NASA astronaut Frank Rubio and Russian cosmonauts Sergei Pro and perhaps really could say the right pronunciation of this. Okay, Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin were stuck on the space station for 6 months longer than expected and spent more than a year total in space. There were additional articles that she did not look into, but there was, an incident of other astronauts being stuck in space. So that is the situation with them. Yeah, that's them. I'll read chat. Rulia says, now I know that I'm doing it on everything I can. Thank you so much. You're welcome, Rulia. Rulia says, Amanda, that sucks. I'm sorry that happened to him. Amanda said, Rulia, it's awful. I hope his bank fixes it. Someone tried to pull that on me before. I didn't fall for it. Rulia said, Amanda, banks and credit unions usually fix that and quickly. Yeah, yeah. So that's them. Drink some water. Uh-oh. Bubbles see something. Hello, Bubbles. You want to come tell your friends hello? Hey, Bubbles. Bubbles is here to tell everybody hello. He's a happy cat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here we go. Here's Bubbles right here. I'll make the screen a little bit bigger. I'll make it a little bit bigger for y'all. Okay. There we go. Bubbles right here. This is my Rocky shirt I got recently. Bubbles, they're all your fans are talking to you. They're saying Rulia says "Aw, Kitty," Amanda says "Bubbles, baby." They're all happy to see you, Bubbles. You stole the show from me. So cute. Yeah, so basically the astronauts are stuck in space, and they're going to bring another crew up there to get them back down. And that's really a big mess because you got another group up there to get them down. It's so they won't be back in theory by next year, but you know they have some time left. But it's a very crucial situation with the astronauts. The Bubbles camera. Yeah, he's so happy to be live on YouTube right now. And that's my keyboard, and that's my mouse, and that's a notepad that I had in first grade. And now I use it as my mouse pad for my computer. That's why it's all worn out looking. For a good cause. All right. Moment will go back to the other screen. See, he's telling everybody hello. Cute kitty. Okay. Rulia says, "Oh, Amanda, yeah, the movie." Thank you, Amanda. Thank you. Thank you, Rulia. Yes. Rulia says, "Oh, yeah, that can make it more difficult. I don't know if they can fix everything when there are circumstances like that. Hopefully, they can get everything fixed." I totally agree. Absolutely. All right. So, about to flip the screen. There we go. Alrighty. Okay. And I'm going to mention something one more time for you, Amanda, since you're here. So basically, there's a mistrial with Ashley Benfield. There's a mistrial going on with her. And one of the two reasons. One of the reasons, Amanda, was because of a juror was having a problem that they didn't disclose they were abused, and that caused a problem because they said they weren't, but they were supposed to say if they were. And a juror alleged seems to have had a relative that was talking in the chat with the chat room. the law and crime chat that I'm in, and was giving information when that trial was about to end. And then they're filing a motion for a mistrial because of a juror jurors leaking information to the chat. Now, myself or no one else is in trouble. Now, they had to take screenshots of the chat, and some of them are some companions of mine, and one of my companions, Amanda, was very upset about this. But the person, like, none of us are in the chat are in trouble. It's just the person that was spreading the information and the juror that are in trouble. And Kathy and I had to help calm the person down. This was like 2 days ago, and that was something that happened, and it was a really a goofy situation. And Kathy made a joke. Hopefully, we didn't say anything too embarrassing. And also, because there's one of our friends who's an attorney, and he gives out the public records. He tells us he's kind of like the FBI, and he was saying in the chat that some of the screenshots from the law and crime chat are going to be used in an excerpt for the new trial. And I'm like, oh, okay, we're going to be shown in something. Then I'm like, wait, what is he talking about? And then he was saying that some of our friends are in the snapshots. I could be in one of the snapshots. I didn't say anything, but it's like, I said if I'm in the snapshots, I get more publicity for my channel. But I don't even know if I'm in the snapshot pictures. But yeah, so basically, and I don't really, so much commotion. I don't really recall much. And basically, because like they're saying in the chat, somebody was given information about what the jury is going to do, and then something would happen, like a couple of moments later. So, like, the person had insider information because somebody slipped a flip phone to somebody else. And I was telling one of our friends, you'll be very interested to see the trial drama that's going on. And the trial's about to end, one of the trials they're watching. And she was like, what are you talking about? Stop with the teasers. And she wanted me to hear what's going on. And I told him, and my bro was like, that her name is in a snap, not her name, but one of the pictures are in a snapshot. And then it said she freaked out, and she doesn't, and one of the friends does not want to be involved with the chat anymore because of what happened. But, as I said, I'm glad that my team and I told her what was going on. Good job for Kay, calling him Kay, for helping out with that, for the intelligence. And I don't even know if, like, it's like a chat, like, say if they say you take a screenshot of your chat right now, Amanda. It's like, that's all it is. And it wasn't anything that we did. We didn't break any laws. It was the person. But since we're all in a chat room, they're going to show, the parts of the chat. And the dude was like, they can be showing some of the stuff. I was like all blissful. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, well, now hold on a moment. What's going on here? It's like, and it has to be, and I'll say also, Amanda, they usually have problems. Attorneys and stuff get triggered by the chat. Like Shannon got triggered, the one defending the woman that deleted the kids in the school, the school shooter. Like they get, and also the Koberger one, they get triggered by us. And like Abe was saying one time, we got the people's power on our side. And it's like, basically what happened was, with the people being on the side and stuff, is that we can see what's going on and we have a great influence. Not over jurors. We don't mess with jurors. They do their thing. They're not supposed to be watching the chat. But just in general, like, we are watching, we know what's going on, and some people come up with conspiracy theories that they may want to stop these things altogether because of this situation. Hopefully it doesn't happen, but I have my tinfoil hat on, and I was making a joke to Mary that it's a Matrix attack. But as I said, no, we're not in trouble or anything. It's all good. I'm not in trouble. Everybody's okay. Just the person giving information, and some people are saying on another channel that that person could have been a troll or a bot or something. It may not even been real. We'll have to wait and see. And then, Amanda, it carried over to another stream they invited me on, and Kathy and I were telling our friend it was okay. They weren't in any kind of trouble. And I met a bunch of new people there, and it was these two cat ladies that were talking about crime stuff. And they're very cool, very nice to me. They like my channel, and they were very cool with me. And they welcomed me in, and I was just, helping my friend. So I wanted my friend to know what was going on. And this friend likes my jokes, thinks, I'm funny like what you all think. It's sad to see this happen, and people should be able to chat without feeling that their privacy or the chat room's being violated or threatened. And a lot of people, think this is weird. It's a weird situation, and we'll have to see where it all goes. And I'm going to be very joked out to watch this. And like I said, Kathy was so funny. She was like, "Hopefully, we didn't say anything too embarrassing." It was a joke. It's just wild. It's like, I already got famous on YouTube, but it's like you get even more famous on YouTube. People could just and they're filing motions for a mistrial, and defense attorneys will do this to defend their clients and stuff. But as I said, it's some wild stuff going on. Yeah. And shout out to all of you. I'm glad that you all are chilling with me. Kaz, I was thinking about you. I'm glad that you're able to come and tell us hello. Thank you for coming here. I hope that you've been doing well, my friend. And, welcome to the chat. All right. All right. The last thing, talk about the cryptids. Yes, I agree, Amanda. I agree. Some crazy people, and they were caught. Sarah and I talked about this one night, and I'm going to talk to you all about this specific cryptid, about the Loch Ness monster. And Kaz, I'll be interested to see I would like to know your take on the Loch Ness monster. And basically, this is the creature. Loch Ness monster existence plausible, science says. And the sea serpents and stuff like that. Funny, Rulia. All right, so I'm going to tell you all about Scotland's Loch Ness Center calls on NASA's new search for Nessie. All right, you haven't researched it too much. Well, I'll tell you all the research I've done with Sarah. And Sarah's one of her relatives did things with marine with diving, and there's a lot of caves and trenches, and there's a trench inside of Loch Ness that's very very deep. And in theory, the Loch Ness monster is within the deep caves of the loch, which means lake, and also in the trenches as well. It's a type of dinosaur, and it survived the apocalypse that happened to the dinosaurs, like the Nephilims, how they went into the mountains. These creatures were in the sea, and they went into the depths of the sea. And now NASA's joining in the search for this thing. And really, those are very cool movies. And thank you for suggesting that. And Amanda, what is your favorite movie, Amanda? I think we have asked you before, but in chat, y'all could put what your favorite movie is. I'd be interested to know. The Loch Ness Center has announced a brand new search for the Loch Ness monster and has called on NASA to lend its expertise. Exactly, Rulia. Thank you. Yeah, like sharks, alligators, and all kinds of those crazy creatures. They're real. Thank you. Good point. The Loch Ness Center has announced a brand new search for the Loch Ness monster, has called on NASA to lend expertise. In 2023, the newly revamped research center launched a large-scale hunt for Nessie that saw hundreds of in-person and virtual volunteers search for the famous water of the loch, following multiple potential sightings. The reports of strange noises heard from the depths. It is returning with an even bigger search next month. Set to take place between May 30 and June 20 and June 10, right? June 2. The Loch Ness Center once again is looking for budding monster hunters to take part in the search. This year, however, organizers are also asking for experts' help lending a hand. As well as scientists and universities, the research center has called on the prisoners of exploration at NASA to provide equipment and expertise. By using state-of-the-art technology, the Loch Ness Center is hoping to uncover the mysteries of Loch Ness once and for all. The search coincides with the 90th anniversary of the first organized hunt for Nessie, when Sir Edward Mountain took a team of 20 and became the Watchers of the Monster. Since then, there have been more than 1,156 alleged sightings of the legendary beast of the official Loch Ness Monster sightings register. As part of this year's quest, the Loch Ness Center and voluntary research group Loch Ness Exploration are asking volunteers to become modern-day watchers of the monster and get involved and a giant surface watch of the loch. Those taking part will keep an eye out for breaks in the water after being briefed on what to look out for and how to record the findings. Across the 4 days, there will be a number of activities taking place in addition to the search. Among these will be a special screening new documentary, Loch Ness. They created a monster which explores the monster hunting frenzy at Loch Ness in the 70s and 80s, followed by a Q&A, which with director John McClafferty. Other events will include live debate with Alan McKen from Loch Ness, exploration renowned Loch Ness writer Roland Watson, and eyewitness Richard White. The discussion will see the three tell gripping stories discussing ongoing research and dissect eyewitness accounts. Meanwhile, for those wanting to get out on the water as part of the huge search, there is also a chance to explore the depths of the loch with the Caspian captain Alistair Matheson, who is the skipper for the Loch Ness project. Monster hunters will have a chance to maintain and join Matheson and McKenna for an extended excursion that will make use of a 60-foot hydrophone to listen to mysterious sounds echoing from the depths of the loch. General manager of the Loch Center Paul Nixon commented, "Last year we captured the world's attention with one of the biggest ever searches for Nessie, with participants joining from America, Canada, France, Italy, and Japan, and more. With unexplained noises heard alongside possible sightings this year, we are determined to find out more about this elusive Loch Ness monster." And Rulia asks Amanda, "Do you have any favorite movies?" As well as asking for help building monster hunters to help on our quest, we are asking for help for experts. We're excited to make this search the biggest event ever as we look for new equipment to help us uncover the loch's biggest mysteries. And I'm going to talk about some instances of some brief history about the Loch Ness monster and some parts of it. What happened. The earliest reports of a monster in vicinity of Loch Ness appears in a Life of Saint Columba by Ad Umnan, written in the 7th century AD. According to Abdunan, writing about a century after the events described, Irish monk Saint Columba was staying in the land of the Picts with his companions when he encountered local residents burying a man by the river. River Ness. They explained that the man was swimming in the river when he was attacked by a water beast that mauled him and dragged him underwater despite their attempts to rescue him by boat. Columbia sent a follower, Luin Mokyu Min, to swim across the river. The beast approached him, but Columbia made the sign of the cross and said, "Go no further, do not touch the man. Go back at once." The creature stopped as if it had been pulled back with ropes and fled, and Columbia's men and picks gave thanks for what they perceived as a miracle. Believers in the monster point to the story set in the River Ness rather than the loch itself as evidence for the creature's existence as early as the 6th century. Skeptics question the narrative reliability, noting that the water beast stories were extremely common in medieval hagiographies and Adominon's tale probably recycles a common motif attached to the local landmark. According to skeptics, Adamnon's story may be independent of modern Loch Ness monster legends and became attached to it by proximity and by believers seeking to bolster their claims. Ronald Binns considers that this is the most serious of various alleged early sightings of the monster, but all other claimed sightings before 1933 are dubious and do not prove a monster tradition before the date. Christopher Canary uses specific historical and cultural analysts Adominon to separate Adominon's story in St. Columbia from modern myth of the Loch Ness monster, but finds an earlier and culturally significant use of Celtic water beasts folklore along the way. In doing so, he also discredits any strong connections between Kelpies, a water horse, and modern media argumented creation of the Loch Ness monster. He also concludes the story of St. Columbia may have been impacted by earlier Irish myths about Caronan Och and Oil Ifist. So that is one of the first, that's like the first encounter with these things. And these are some certain accounts of it. Alexander MacDonald, 1888. Manson Alexander MacDonald of Abrachan cited a large stubby legend animal surfacing from the loch and propelling itself within 50 yards of the shore where MacDonald stood. MacDonald reported his sighting to Loch Ness water bailiff Alex Campbell and described the creature as looking like a salamander. And salamanders have to do with occultic stuff and have to do with those kind of things, like with the occult. That's what Sarah was telling me, and like magic and things like that. Really, if that sounds like a really cool movie, I'll certainly check it out too. Rulia says there's a lot of people who believe it though. There's supposed to be one in upstate New York too, in Lake in the Adirondack Mountains. Well, thank you, Rulia. I wasn't aware of that. I wasn't aware of that, Rulia. Thank you. One of the subscribers, he was telling me in one of the when he called into the show one time that he was fishing and he saw something like a sea serpent, a giant sea serpent when he was fishing. And so it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Thanks for letting us know. And you got some interesting stories here. Like you have like this doctor and his wife that were watching this thing that it was in the way of the road and it was going from the shore into the lock. And a lot of these stories they discredit as false, but I don't know. Sometimes I feel that they could be real. These stories. In McKay, the best known article that first attracted a great deal of attention about a creature was published on 2 May 1933, the Inverness Courier, about a large beast or whale-like fish. The article by Alex Campbell, water bailiff for Loch Ness and a part-time journalist, discussed a sighting by Adel McKay of an enormous creature with the body of a whale rolling in the water in the loch while she and her husband John were driving A82 on 15 April 1933. The word monster was reportedly applied for the first time in Campbell's article, although some reports claim that it was coined by editor Evan Barron. Oh, I know that lake, Rulia. Lake Champ. Thank you. I didn't know that was the full name of it. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Lake Champ. Yeah. New Orleans is very similar to New York. And but I've never been to New York personally. I have some friends that have been to New York, and some of the subscribers are from New York, but I've not been there personally. Beautiful city, and beautiful towers and buildings. Also, nice countrysides too in the state. There you are, Norm. I was just talking about you. I was there. You go. As they say, speak of the devil. Welcome, Norm. It's been a long time. I'm glad that you're here with us. And I was talking, which you may have been listening. I was talking about. All right, so I went out for a second. I'm back. There's a moment I went out for a second for some reason, but here I am. Yeah, so as I said, it's nice to see you, Norm, and good to be with chat and everything. All right, so I'm going to continue talking about the Loch Ness monster. All right, the creature disported itself, rolling and plunging for fully a minute, its body resembling that of a whale, and the water cascading and churning like a shimmering cauldron. Soon, however, it disappeared in a boiling mass of foam. Both onlookers confessed that there was something uncanny about the whole thing, for they realized that here was no ordinary denized in the depths, because apart from the enormous size, the beast, in taking a final plunge, sent out waves that were big enough to have been caused by passing steamers. Norm says, I have been a fish at a nearly a professional level since around 1991. Whatever I saw was after the fish I was catching on Lake Champ. Hey, this is some synchronicity right here. Yeah, that was the lake you told me about in the call. As also I do the call-ins on the show too. I've not done that in a very long time, Rulia, but I do. I have like the call-in mechanism on this show too. And yeah, so basically, yeah, fishing. Yeah, yeah. So that's what he saw. It was on the lake. So it's interesting mentioning that. And he said he saw it. Yeah, because I was mentioning about the Loch Ness thing. You're talking about the thing in Lake Champ, and he saw that he was at Lake Champ and he saw the thing. That's really cool for him, to come here and talk about it. According to a 2013 article, McKay said that she had yelled "Stop the Beast" when viewing the spectacle. In the late 1980s, a naturalist interviewed McKay, and she admitted to knowing that there had been an oral tradition of a beast in the loch well before her claimed sighting. Alex Campbell's 1933 article also stated the Loch Ness has for generations been credited with being the home of a fearsome looking monster. So that is really interesting to see these stories about people's encounters with Loch Ness. And also, basically, as I was saying, I think it's very important and very good for people to study these things, because definitely a lot is going on with it. All right, here we go. We'll be continuing. George Spicer. Modern interest in the monster was sparked by a sighting on 22 July 1933 when George Spicer and his wife saw a mostly extraordinary form of animal cross the road in front of their car. They described the creature as having a large body, about 4 feet high, 25 feet 7.6 long wavy narrow neck, slightly thicker than average, and as thick as an elephant's trunk, and as long as 10 to 12 foot long width of a road. They saw no limbs. I'll continue. Leaving the trail of broken underground in its wake, and with the width of a road. They saw no limbs, and lurked across the road toward the loch, 20 yards away, leaving a trail of broken underground undergrowth in its wake. Spicer described it as the nearest approach to a dragon or a prehistoric animal that I have ever seen in my life, the person says. And Norm says was about 25 feet in length, looked almost like tires are still in the waves. Waves of water. Kind as for a tail, I cannot say. It moved so rapidly, and when we got to the spot, it had probably disappeared into the loch, though he was the first to describe the creature as a plesiosaurus, like a dinosaur. Evidence suggests by researchers at Columbia University in 2013 proved his story to be fake. They claim the University of Daniel Loxton suggests that the Spicer sighting was fictionized, inspired by a long-necked dinosaur that rises out of a lake in King Kong. The film was extremely popular in theaters in 1933. When Spicer reported the sighting, Loxton and Donald Prothero later cited King Kong as evidentially an influence on the Loch Ness Monster myth, but as I said, you have evidence for this over a long period of time in the past, before King Kong was even existed. All right. On August 33, the Contour published a report of Spicer sightings. This sighting triggered a massive amount of public interest and an uptick in alleged sightings, leading to the solidification of the actual name Loch Ness Monster. It has been claimed that the sightings of the monster increased after a road was built along the loch in early 1933, bringing workers and tourists to the formerly isolated area. However, Binns has described this as a myth of the Lonely Loch, as it was far from isolated before then, due to the construction of the Caledonian Canal in 1933. The existing road by the side of the loch was given a serious upgrade. It's 400 feet deep. Thank you, Norm. That's how deep Lake Champ is. All right, I'm continuing. I'm still here. And Norm says there is Native American cave paintings of Champ that were there before the white people showed up in North America. Oh yes, there you go. Exactly. The Native Americans have a lot of interesting things to to show on their hieroglyph. On their ancient paintings and stuff. They show a lot of stuff in the caves, and they show a lot of things about what happened. And that's how we could see things in history, because you can't deny things in history that are there, no matter how much they try to cover it up. And also, I think that it's absolutely insightful that they did that. I'm glad that the information was saved. 3? No, it is 3. It's 3535. 9. Okay. All right. Yeah. So thanks, Norm, for mentioning that. Alrighty. Okay, I had to do something with the. With speaking of norm, I had to do something with the number that I use for the call-in part of the show. I haven't used it in a very long time, so I had to do something to keep it around. That's what I was doing while I was doing this. That's why I seemed like I was doing something else, but I am completely back here now. Okay. Yeah, so that is the Native Americans. They show those paintings with the people in Scotland and these other places. They talked about this beast. So that proves before King Kong was even a movie, people were talking about these kind of creatures. Okay, Hugh Gray. Hugh Gray's photo, taken near Foyers on 12 November 1933, was the first photograph alleged to depict the monster. It was slightly blurred, and it has been noted that if one looks closely, the head of a dog can be seen. Gray had taken his Labrador for a walk that day. It is suspected that the photograph depicts his dog fetching a stick from a loch. Others have suggested that the photograph depicts an otter or a swan. The original negative was lost, however, in 1963. Maurice Burton claimed into possession of two lantern slides, contact positive from the original negative. When projected into the screen, they revealed an otter rolling on the surface of the characteristic fashion. Yeah, shout out to Norm. He's a good caller on the show. Right, 55 views. Thanks. Rulia says Europeans have actually been coming to North America going back to 40,000 years. A Harvard genome sequencing project, a Nat Geo Society. According to the Nat Geo Society. Also, the Vikings did come to North America too. And thank you, Rulia, for the information. Author Arthur Grant. On 5 January 1933, a motorcyclist, Arthur Grant, claimed to have nearly hit the creature while approaching Abrichon, near the northeastern end of the loch, at about 1 a.m. on the moonlit night. According to Grant, it has a small head attached to the neck. The creature saw him and crossed the road back to the loch. Grant, a veterinary student, described it as a cross between a seal and a plesiosaurus. No, a plesiosaur. He said dismounted and followed it to the loch, but saw only ripples. Yeah, facts there. Facts, Rulia. Grant produced a sketch of the creature that was examined by zoologist Maurice Burton, who stated was consistent with the appearance and behavior of an otter. Regarding the long size of the creature reported by Grant, it has been suggested that this was a faulty observation due to the poor lighting conditions. Paleontologist Darren Naish has suggested that Grant may have seen either an otter or a seal, exaggerate the sighting over time. The surgeon's photograph. The surgeon's photograph is reportedly the first photo of the creature's head and neck, supposedly taken by Robert Kenneth Wilson, a London gynecologist. It was published in Daily Mail on 21 April 1934. Wilson's refusal to have his name associated with it led it to be known as the surgeon's photograph. According to Wilson, he also was looking at the lock when he saw the monster grabbed his camera and snapped for photos. Only two exposures came out clearly. The first reportedly shows a small head and back, and second shows a similar head in a diving position. The first photo became well known, and the second attracted little publicity because of its blurriness. So they have these pictures, these controversial pictures, and they're trying to basically saying they're all hoaxes. And you know, while uncropped shot shows the other end of the lock, the monster in the center, the ripples of the photo are found in the fit size of the pattern of small ripples rather than large waves. Photographed up close, analysts of the original image fostered further doubt. In 1933, Rulia, thank you so much for coming and staying this late with us. Have a very amazing weekend and a good night to you. Thank you. Really, Norm, thank you for that. Lake Champ is 100 miles long, 400 feet deep in the backyard of Canada, and more remote than Loch Ness. Since 1994, most agree that the photo was an elaborate hoax. It has been described as fake in 1975. Sunday Telegraph, the article that fell in obscurity, details of how the photo was taken were published in 1999. Book Nessie Surgeon's Photograph Exposed, which contains face smile of the 1975 Sunday Telegraph article. The creature was reportedly a toy submarine built by Christian Sperling, the son-in-law of actor, screenwriter, director, producer, and perhaps most silently big game hunter M.A. Wetherell. Sperling admitted the photograph was a hoax in 1991. Wetherell had been publicly ridiculed by his employer. The Daily Mail, however, found the Nessie footprints that turned out to be a hoax. To get revenge, the Mail he purported his hoax with the co-conspirators. So, they're saying that they put a submarine there, they put a dummy there to make it look like there's something there, but there's all these different photos and these different films. But in my opinion, I do think the Loch Ness Monster is real. You're welcome, Julia. And I believe that it absolutely is there. And I think sometimes they try to hide and conceal this information because they want to, for various reasons. Are they just very skeptical? Do they not want people to be afraid? Do they want people to flock over there? I don't know. It depends how you look at it. Sonar readings. In December 1954, sonar readings were taken by fishing boats. Its crew noted large objects keeping pace with the vessel at a depth of 479 feet. It was detected for 2,600 feet before contact was lost and regained. Previous sonar attempts were inconclusive or negative. Also, there's a story of a U-boat that was attacked by one of those things and it was shaking the U-boat. Engineer Tim Disdale filmed what he believed to be a dark hump that left a wake crossing Loch Ness on 23 April 1960. Dinsdale, who reportedly had the sighting on his final day of search, described it as a mahogany red with blotch on its side when viewed through the binoculars. He said when he mentioned his camera, the objects began to move, and he shot 40 feet of film, according to Joint Air Reconnaissance Intelligence Center, who published 1966 reported analyzing the film. The object was probably animate. After the film, Disdale continued to pursue finding the Loch Ness Monster, but while he claimed to have had additional sightings, he was unable to produce more photographic evidence. And these things are likely to be real, in my opinion. But I'm sure there's a lot of hoaxes out there, too, and people making up stuff, too. Like with crop circles, there's a lot of hoaxers, and I'm sure there's a lot of hoaxes in this situation. But I don't know if they all were hoaxes, though. Norm says the key in both Lake Champ and Loch Ness were connected to the ocean before the glacier's water receded. Ah. That's how they got in there. Yeah. That's how that happened. Loch Ness Muppet. In 1977, Anthony Doc Shields, camping next to the castle, took some of the clearest pictures of the monster until this day. Shields, a magician, claimed to have summoned the animal out of the water. He later described it as an elephant squid, claiming the long neck shown in the photograph is actually a squid's trunk, and that the white spot in the base of the neck is its eyes. Due to the lack of ripples, it has declared a hoax by a number of people in recent names because of its stage look. The homeless video. There's a lot of videos of this thing. Real or not, there's a lot of videos of it. 55-year-old laboratory technician Gordon Holmes videotaped what he said his jet black thing, about 14 meters, 46 feet long, moving fairly fast in the water. Loch Ness Monster watchers described as among the best footage ever seen. BBC Scotland broadcast the video on 29 May 2007. STV News North Tonight aired it on the 28 May 2007. Interviewed Holmes, Adrian Shine, and marine biologist of the Loch Ness 2000 Center suggests the footage was an otter, seal, or water bird. The otters seem like they get around. I'm still here. Okay. Okay, let's see. Details. Web. report forward. Amanda, I think it's real. And Norm says always going to be hoaxes, but I am confident what I was very strange beside me. What I saw, it was how it was reacting to how the fish reacted to it. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. All right. It's all set. Okay, good. Thank you all for your patience in that moment. I was fixing something up. Okay. All right. Sonar image 2011. On 22 August 2011, Loch Ness boat captain Marcus Atkinson photographed a sonar image of 150 meters wide, 4.9 feet, undeniable object that seemed to follow his boat for 2 minutes at a depth of 23 meters, 75 feet, and ruled out the possibility of a small fish or seal. Yes, absolutely, Amanda. Absolutely. George Edwards' photograph on 3/2012. Skyper, skipper George Edwards claimed that a photo he took on 2 November 2011 shows Nessie. Edwards claimed to have searched for the monster for 26 years and reportedly spent 60 hours per week on the loch aboard his vessel about his boat Nessie Hunter for taking tourists for rides. Edwards said, in my opinion, it probably looks kind of like a manatee, but not a mammal. When people see their three humps, they're probably just seeing three separate monsters. Interesting. Norm said, I have been swimming in Segnadaga Lake for the last few years with a snork mask combo looking for fish spots collecting lost lures. That's really cool, dude. It's cool you do that. I sound like an elephant for a second with my nose. After reading Rupert Gold's The Loch Ness Monster and others, Edward Mountain financed a search. 20 men with binoculars and cameras positioned themselves around the loch from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. for 5 weeks, beginning on 13 July 1934. Although 21 photographs were taken, none was considered conclusive. Supervisor James Fraser remained by the loch filming. On September 1934, the film now lost zoologists and professors of Natural History concluded that the film showed a seal, possibly a gray seal. D. Gordon Trucker, chair of the Department of Electronic and Electrical Engineering at the University of Birmingham, volunteered his services as a sonar developer and expert at Loch Ness in 1968. His gesture, part of the large effort led by LNIP from 1967 to 1968, involved collaboration between volunteers, professionals, a number of fields. Trucker also led the effort by LNPIB from that time involved collaboration between volunteers and professionals. A number of fields. Trucker and his close Loch Ness test sites, from sonar phototype sonar transducer with a maximum range of 800 meters, 2,600 feet. The device was fixed underwater, Temple Pier, Ukinart Bay, and directed the opposite shore, drawing an acoustic net, according to Locke, through which no moving object could pass undetected. During the 2 weeks in August, multiple targets were identified. One was probably a shoal fish. Others moved in a way not typical for shoals at speeds up to 10 knots. Oh yeah, that sounds. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, getting hit by a boat. Yeah, absolutely. Operation Deep Scan was conducted in 1987. 24 boats equipped with echo sounding equipment were deployed across the width of the loch, simultaneously sent acoustic waves. According to the BBC News, the scientists had made sonar contact with an undefinable object of unusual size and strength. Researchers returned to rescanning the area. Analysts of the echo sounder images seemed to indicate the debris at the bottom of the loch, although there was motion for three of the pictures. Adrian Shine speculated, based on the size, that they might be seals that have entered in the loch. Yeah, but as I said, these interesting encounters with Loch Ness are very cool to see. And also, I like to see these different encounters, even if it was a seal or something. I don't know how you would get a seal and a gigantic monster dragon thing, but hey, what do I know? Yeah. Searching for Loch Ness Monster 2003. In 2003, the BBC sponsored a search of the loch using 600 sonar beams and satellite tracking. The search had sufficient resolution to identify a small buoy. No animal a substantial size was found, and despite their reported hopes, the scientists involved admitted that this proved the Loch Ness Monster was a myth. But of course, I believe it's real. Adrian Shine in the Maritime 2016. Adrian Shine Loch Ness Project Visit Scotland supported a survey of Loch using an underwater robot operated by Kongsberg Maritime. While investigating the depths of the loch, they found the resting place of Nessie prop created by Billy in 1970 film The Pirate Life of Sherlock Holmes. And initially the neck of the two humps, but Wilder disliked the humps in order for them to be removed. DNA survey 2018. An international team consisting of researchers from the universities of Otago, Copenhagen, Hull, and the highlands of the island did a DNA survey of the lake in 2018 looking for unusual species. The results were published in 2019. No DNA of large fish, success or sharks or sturgeons or catfish could be found. No otter, seal were obtained either. That's interesting that no otters or seals, because that wasn't in there. You don't get a seal and an otter mixed up with a giant dragon creature. Were obtained either, though there was a lot of eel DNA. The leader of the study, Proof Neil Gamil of the University of Otago, said he could not rule out the possibility of eels of extreme size, though no were found, nor were any ever caught. The possibility is that the large amount of eel DNA simply comes from many small eels. No evidence of any reptilians sequences were found, he added, so I think we can be fairly sure that there is probably not a giant scaly reptile swimming Loch Ness, but there actually is, in my opinion. Okay. Going on for 4 hours. Good title. Here. In August 2023, a weekend of high-tech searches was done in observance to the 90th anniversary of 1933 Adel McKay sighting. The event was coordinated by Loch Ness Exploration Volunteers in collaboration with Loch Ness Visitor Center. The technology used includes sonar for mapping the loch bed, thermal imaging drones to scan the surface of hydrophones, underwater microphones which did record some sounds but were probably ducks. Despite a large turnout of searches on site and hundreds more viewing, internet live stream cameras pointed the loch and they didn't see anything. Now, I think this thing is very hard to detect and hard to see, but it certainly is absolutely there, lurking in the shadows. And it's in the trenches, and it's in the caves. That's where this creature lies. It's in there. the Kelpie is a ship-shifting spirit inhabiting lochs in Irish Scottish folklore. Is usually described as a gray or white horse-like creature able to adopt human form. Some accounts state that the Kelpie retains its hooves when appearing as human, leading to its association with Christian idea of Satan, alluded to Robin Burns in 1786 Address to the Devil. Almost every sizable body of water Scotland has an associated Kelpie story, but the most extensive reported that of Loch Ness, the Kipple has counterparts across the world. So that's another interesting critter too. Let's see. Yeah, so you have a lot of these cryptid type creatures. This is another one that they're talking about. Yeah, it looks very interesting. Very interesting. And it's like a dinosaur. Like, how are you going to mistake that for a seal or an otter? It just like it has some of the features of it, but it's much larger. Also, the Loch Ness monster is known to go on land too. 57 views, awesome. Shout out to y'all. And also, they're comparing it to eels. They're also they think it's an elephant, or a shark, or a Welsh cat. They just can't fathom it could be some other kind of thing. But it's interesting to see these other type of folklore. There's many different hoaxes behind it. All right, so basically, this is a picture right here in a museum of a type of Loch Ness creature. See how y'all can see it. You see, that's in a museum, an example of the Loch Ness monster creature. And as I said, it looks like a dinosaur. It doesn't look like a seal or an otter. It looks like, you know, what it is. It's some sort of, to me, it resembles more of a dragon. And this is a reconstruction of the Loch Ness monster. And that is very. I like the life size thing of the Loch Ness Monster. Very cool. Yeah, shout out to Loch Ness Monster. And Norm, have you been to the lake recently that you speak of? I'm curious about like how long it's been since you've been there. Also, the Plesiosaurus. In the Plesiosaur, rather, 1933, it was suggested that the creature bears a striking resemblance to the supposed extinct plesiosaur, a long-necked aquatic reptile that became extinct during the Cretaceous Pleiadian extinction event, when they went extinct. Checking something here. Let's see. Oh, you haven't been in the lake in 10 years. Okay. I'm going to look at the lake real quick. Yeah, that's a big lake. That's very nice. Yeah, it's very vast. It's very long too. It reminds me of the lake from King Arthur, the Lady of the Lake. That's what it reminds me of. It's like a mini ocean. Here's a picture allegedly of the monster. Resembles a Loch Ness monster. Because he was saying when he was fishing, he saw a thing similar to that. You know, maybe not necessarily that thing, but he saw something like that. It's so interesting, that the fact that some of these things still exist after all this time. It's so cool. Also, the water serpents. And this is another thing they're saying is similar to a monster. Norm says, I am at a different lake now. Sagan Daga Lake. 29 miles long, but very shallow except for the dam. That's very nice. I like that. Yeah, very nice lake. I like it. Norm says, what I saw looked like tires or still waves that stood still in straight ways for 25 feet in length. Definitely didn't see a head or tail. Right. Yeah, that's it up close. Very, very nice. Yeah, those trees are very interesting. Like my neck of the woods is very swampy. There's still areas that look like that, especially kind of like north of here. But yeah, it's very cool. They're very nice. They're nice clouds and nice water. Yeah, it's very cool. Yes, yes, indeed. And Norm, how have you been? You been doing all right? And also, cause I'm sure with the lifeguard stuff you do, it's been keeping you busy. You see, it's like the lakes are so cool. You know, it's like it's like a long. It kind of reminds like a river. Also, the lakes I know about these lakes. It's this. These pictures remind me of the Pocahontas movie. That's what it reminds me of. It's like a real life version of it, and that was the area. That part of the country it was based off of. And I mean, like Lake Pontchartrain is like a bowl. It's like a bowl. I show you all the and look how clear the water is. Now there's parts of Lake Pontchartrain that are very very nice like this, but Lake Pontchartrain is filled with gunk and mud and stuff. But parts of Lake Pontchartrain look good. That was not inhabited by humans since pre-segregation. Because in Lake Pontchartrain they had an area for blacks and for whites, and there's a part of the area that was abandoned after segregation ended. It's like clear, crystal clear. I'll show you Lake Pontchartrain. It's goofy. I mean, it's a nice lake, but it's interesting. Norm says, other than watching Deep State and Democrats destroying everything good. Oh yeah, Norm, especially with the attempted assassination, that was horrible. Now, Lake Pontchartrain's the longest lake in the world, but like, it's yeah, and no, it's the longest, not the longest lake. It has the longest bridge in the world, longest bridge. That's a really long bridge. I've been on that bridge before, and it's kind of like awkward being on that bridge. Norm says Sag. I'll get this right. Sagandaga Lake was a river that was flooded and dammed to prevent flooding to the lower Hudson River in New York City. Thank you. I did not know that. Thank you. Yeah, but that's the one by me. It's very. I mean, it looks very nice from here. I mean, this picture looks really nice, and it looks nice in blue actually. Parts of Lake Pontchartrain look kind of messy, but actually these pictures look. Now this one looks kind of. It's not blue in that picture. You kind of see it there. But yeah, Amanda, it's awkward, and Norm, it's kind of awkward. I mean, I like the water and stuff, but it's kind of awkward going over a bridge of water in some sense. Some people don't like crossing it. I don't blame them. But I remember I've been there before. Like I was going to the doctor, and yeah, it's interesting. That's another picture of it. Correct. Yes. All natural lakes in America were created by glaciers. See, look, at parts it turns green in certain situations. And Norm, I did fishing when I was a kid with my grandpa. I did fishing, and one time we caught a bucket of fish, and another time we caught a crab, but we released it. And also, I remember where one time I was in Mississippi during Hurricane Katrina on the Pearl River. All right, so it's hiccuping for a second, but it's coming back in. So basically, it was in the Pearl River, and it's hard to catch. It's very hard to catch fish on the Pearl River. It's hard to catch. Other areas we caught the fish. We caught fish before many times, but that Pearl River was very difficult to catch the fish. They're very clever. in Mississippi. I used to go and look at it in the Pearl River. It was very nice. I remember it. And there is this area where you could climb up this like wall. It's like a giant. I don't know what you call it. All right, the alien has returned. Okay, so the reason why we can't find things on the well, let's go here. Go here. The reason, Amanda, why we can't find things in the Pearl River, the fish are just very clever on the Pearl River, and they were able to completely avoid. Like, you go and throw a line with bait in there, and so my grandpa and I, we're way at the top. It's like a mountain. Okay, so there's the river, and there's like a mountain. These mountains, and there's like a river in between it. And we're on top of the mountain, and we were fishing in there, and we would see feel a fish nibble on it, and then it would be taken. It would take the bait off. It would take the bait off, but we would reel it in. There's nothing there. So the fish are extremely clever there, because my grandpa and I have fished before, and we had a really good time. We caught many fish before, but that time it was like they took the bait off of the hook, and that was crazy. It was very cool, and also it was red clay. Oh yeah, it's like FBI fish, CIA fish, spy fish. And the clay is like, it's like a red clay. Down where I am, it's sorry, can't really talk. So when the fish basically would nibble off the bait, and then we wouldn't reel anything in. And what I remember basically was, we would have these, you have a tackle box, and you have the fish hooks, and you have like these fake fish things and these lures and stuff like that. And it was all very interesting. And so that was fun in Mississippi. Yeah, it has like, my soil is dark, dark black soil. But up in everywhere else, like north of me, like across the lake, it's all red soil, all the way up, everywhere pretty much. My soil is very dark and, very dark, rich soil. And when I was in Mississippi, I was like, it's got some strange soil here. I'm somewhere else. And yeah, but it was nice. It had, it was like trailer park, but it was like a camping ground. Like it's like where you go to camp. It was very nice place. We used to rent movies. Oh yeah, Amanda, I agree. Oh, and Amanda, when I was in Kentucky with my uncle and my mom's and Cynthia and my mom's aunt, so it's my great aunt, my grandma's sister. When I was up there with them, there's this paddle boat. So you like a bicycle, you ride around the boat like that. And him and I were going fishing, and I don't think we caught anything in there, but we tried. But it wasn't like a lot of time there, but like we did try to fish there. But it was nice. It was relaxing. But I really thought it was nice when we were in the in the boat. And when I was in the boat and I was, it's like a bicycle. It was so nice. I really enjoyed myself going around the pond. It was a pond, and I think it's cool that Norm likes to get the lures out the water, and he likes to swim in there. That's really, I'm glad he does that. The lake, the other lake, some around me sometimes has problems, but it's cool that. But there's good parts of the lake though. There's good parts of the lake, but the other lake he's talking about, that's really nice water up there. Very cool. Yeah. So, and then this other time I was in a boat with my grandpa's friend's place, and we caught fish in a boat and had a whole bucket of them. Really nice. Yeah, so yeah, it's really cool, Norm. I like hearing the stories about that, and I'm glad that you shared that with us. And yeah, but I like fishing. It's been many years since I've done fishing, but it's very nice, very nice. And I remember DeLeon Auto Detailing, who comes in here. He used to do some fishing out in the Gulf, and he would catch like shrimp and stuff like that. And when you're out in the middle of the Gulf, it's really ambient because he sent pictures of it. It's really ambient. And this night, we're not like doing any of the calls like we usually do. Well, not usually. It's been a long time since I've done the calls. But Norm is one of the callers, and it's been a while since I've done that. But this night, it was just the timing, the connection seems kind of goofy sometimes. This specific night, and also it was a little bit later and all. So it was just, but I will do those calls again, like we did before, when time permits. But that's why we didn't do a call in this time. All right. And Amanda says, my brother has a boat to go fishing on. He has caught some big fish. That's awesome, Amanda. That's great. One of my friends from school loves to go fishing, and he's good at catching fish. And one time he caught a turtle, then he brought it back in. Yeah, the calls are great. Yeah, shout out to the callers. And I will see how the connections and stuff is about doing a live on Sunday, possibly. I'm not promising. During the daytime. We'll see about that. And certainly next week, if the weather and stuff is going well, we'll do it then. I'm just giving you all like some update about what's going on. So, yeah, but basically yeah. And yeah, so with the fish, that's really cool that he catches the fish. And I'll go fishing again. At the moment, I've been doing a lot of stuff with YouTube and my family and things like that. But I'll go fishing again, definitely. And the fishing poles we use are like fishing poles from the 40s. They're real old fishing poles. Because a lot of the stuff we use is vintage stuff with a lot of things. Like, because I see the newer fishing poles and it's real different looking than the ones I used when I was a kid. But we did use modern ones, but they're very different looking. And they like automatic stuff in it. I'm not familiar with that when I was coming up, but I'm familiar with it now. But when I was coming, I'm like, wow, because I remember these old fishing poles we used to use. Amanda, the weather's been horrible. The all right. All right, so basically, Amanda, okay, so the weather has been like Merlin cast a spell or something. The weather it'll be clear, then a little bit cloudy, then it starts storming, thundering, and lightning, and then it goes away. But there's thunder and lightning all over the area, so it causes problems with the connection, and I think that probably has something to do with it and what like Cynthia said earlier, that it's the weather the internet is somewhat spotty down in the deep south tonight. So it's not just like me. It's like the whole area kind of has some problems. And earlier, the Cox did a reset, and my grandparents did another reset with one of the machines. So that is like basically what's going on here with the weather. It's like, some wizard did some casting spells. It's crazy here. Norm says fishing poles went from bamboo to fiberglass versus carbon and nanotechnologies. Oh yeah, absolutely. I remember in Walk the Line, the Johnny Cash movie, he used a cane pole. Oh, Amanda, I love stormy weather. It's very nice. And also, now with the streams, it causes the streams to have problems. But besides that, it's very good. All right. And, okay. And I want to thank you all for coming, but now I'm going to be ending the show. You all get some rest or do whatever y'all are about to do and get plenty of sleep. Whenever you all, if it's later tonight, whenever y'all can get some rest. And it's been a very tedious stream because of the weather and the different factors. That's funny, Amanda. And, oh, I'm already on that window. I didn't know that. Norm says, I have 20 tournament fishing rods. Some are carbon, some are nanotechnologies. Oh, that's nice, Norm. That's nice. I'm glad that you have that. That's cool. And yeah, so I'll be ending the show. And also, as I said, I'm thankful for the patience y'all have had with me during this time because it's, the Wi-Fi kind of chops in and out. But I appreciate the support and the likes and the comments and all. I really appreciate it. And we'll talk in future streams and stuff more about the fishing and things like that. And also, I'll be talking about the food again, Amanda. Like I told you, I'll be talking about the food again, like before. So we talking about those different topics. And Norm, I'm glad to see you. It's been a long time, and I'm glad you came. And Amanda says, "Have a great night. Hopefully the weather gets better for you, Alien. Thanks for the awesome stream. You're welcome. All right, everybody. Thank you for watching, everybody, and peace." That's not what I meant to do. This window has to do with something else. All right.